I'm at Grace Church Road. I went to Waynesboro to bring this man down to this address. And now he's trying to force his way into a house. I'm afraid to move my vehicle. They're fighting in there.
It's inside the house now?
Yeah.
You have your doors locked?
It's open. I'm in a van.
You need to make yourself safe, okay? Even if you've got to drive away from there to get away from him and close that and lock that door. Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
Hey everyone, again, for the third time today? For me, anyway, Adam. It's been 3 times today.
I know, right?
I gotta turn off my fan here. Yeah,
Thank goodness thank goodness one of us is on top of things.
Yeah, Adam totally. Like at no point did I see a message coming in going, "Has
Never.
it been an arrest or anything?"
Oh no, no, it was like 6 p.m. tonight.
Yeah. So yeah, and so I hadn't slept, Adam. Okay, and hey everyone that's Robin. So I hadn't slept all night because I was too busy looking at the Idaho case. And I kept going over the pictures of the car. And then I was like, and then of the one car, it finally dawned on me. I was like, wait a second. Why was that person even comparing that one car from the cop video, with the 3 kids, 4 kind of. And I'm like, and literally that's a police cruiser white car. So I was like, okay, I just wasted my time once I realized that it was a police guy, because I was like, at first I thought it was the kid he was talking to that had the 2, cans of, booze in his hand. Then I realized, I was like, wait a that's not the alarm shot. That's a cop. What were you going to say? Hey, Randy.
No, Miss Doug Lover. That was probably my problem last night. Was I was up until like 4 a.m. watching stuff on YouTube and everything, and then I fell asleep and I got up this morning and I turned my phone off because I didn't want to be bothered because I was like, oh, nothing's gonna happen. I want to just relax. I was watching Netflix, just hanging out, doing nothing, and then I was like, I turned my phone on and it was like, bing, 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 bing.
Purdue says her son has worked for Netflix for 10 years. He does global technical operations.
Yeah. I was watching Wednesday today while everyone else was on YouTube going over the crime stuff.
Well, the thing is that, so I went on twice, right? But everyone, like I said, and their dog and their cat and their snake was on doing, of course, the press conference. So I was so tired. I kept yawning right towards the end of it. And anyway, so I fell asleep. I woke up. And I put my hand to where my husband's side of the bed is. And I'm like, husband, where are you? And I'm thinking when I woke up, I'm literally thinking that it's 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. And then I look at my phone and I'm like, 4:56 or 4:46 or something like that. And I'm like, wait, what? It's still daytime? Oh, yeah. So honestly, I literally was out of it. And so when I woke up too, then I wake up and then my husband's making beef pot pie and scalloped potatoes. And I'm just like, oh, but I'm still feeling so out of it. Feel a little bit more awake now. Hey, Chaotic. Hey, everyone. Hey, Starla. How are you?
And to be honest, I have not even begun to dive through all of the information people have sent me today. So thank you to all of the people that have sent me screenshots, articles, and everything like that. Like I said, I was being lazy watching Wednesday on Netflix, and I missed the boat on the Idaho.
What made me actually sits in my head was one of the funniest things was Crime Sleuthen's Grizzly True Crime's on. Sorry, Sonny, gotta go. Like, it actually just made me giggle, to be honest, because I get it, right? There was like, True Crime Grizz was on, Ictamel was on, but thank you guys so much, and Crime Sleuthin' and everybody for joining me earlier today, and again for all the things because honestly, Adam, people were just like kept sending me things,
I know,
and it was great. So I didn't actually have to do too much. I did some, of course, I had some stuff, but like Callie and Yone and I think was it Crime Sleuthin' and Crime. I know the name in the email is different because Kathleen.
And one of the things that was funny to me was that I was getting sent. I went back to the beginning of my messages, and I know CD had messaged me some stuff earlier, and I went back to like the beginning of the day where people had started sending me stuff, and it was funny because people were sending me the wrong name. But I think
they were sending you Jason, right?
They were sending me two different names that were not the correct name. But I guess that was the information that was coming out originally. So, and then they were like, "Oops, not the right name." So, not CD, but different people.
So CD had put something in the group chat. Hey CD, love you, buddy. Hi, Anne Marie. And so then I
don't be done.
I didn't even look at it. What'd you say?
I said, CD, don't be done DMing me. My phone was off. I missed the boat on the whole thing.
Yeah, he missed the boat, CD. And obviously, if you have time, CD, you just let me know and you can come up here with us as well. I'm not sure how everything's going in your home right now, but if you do, just say and we'll send you the link. But so CD puts the thing, but I'd already seen it, so I didn't bother to click on it because I'd already just watched it. And then I seen JLR Conman post a video, and it just made me laugh now because he had to take it down because he's like, that it was this Jason, I think it was Jason E, I'll just say Jason E guy, and then he's like, you heard it here first. And I'm like, well, that video didn't last very long either because so MOB was reporting that same name. So somewhere along the line, someone got their wires crossed there.
I heard Fox News even reported two different names early on that were incorrect. So
you know what?
To be honest, I'm glad I missed all that.
Yeah, to be honest, it was a little bit confusing at first because the Jason name came out, but then all of a sudden people are saying that Fox is saying this Bryan Kohberer guy. And then even when you're reading all the articles, like in the same article and even on different things, they literally have like 25 years old. Then in 2 sentences later, they call him that say that he's 28 years old. And it, so I think it was people just, I don't know, but it's kind of like, how do you not notice within the same thing that you literally just.
Right. So, I've been trying, so I just started to dive through. I've also was in the process of, I've also was in the process of setting up my new computer. So.
Oh yeah. Adam's got his new computer.
So, that was, I thought I would have it set up by tonight, but I was like, no, I can't deal with all the allowances and everything it wants me to do.
Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at, I heard you vaguely. I did. You're talking about your computer.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, Tan, doing a live right now. That's my twin. It's your sister. Right. She doesn't realize. Well, she might realize it though. But I was just like, honey, I'm too tired. We need to go grocery shopping today. We don't need to. That's just the thing. We don't need to. So chances are, I'm just gonna push it off because I'm tired. But if you're watching in this time, too tired. No, not coming over tonight to get the cards. Yeah, no, not doing it. Okay, Crime Sleuth, and I seriously doubt it, but I don't believe that there's another person myself. I really don't.
So what do we think about those initial reports that when he was arrested, he asked, "Has anyone else been arrested?"
I think he was playing mind games myself.
Well, yeah, I mean, to find out this guy was a PhD in criminology and in criminal justice.
Yeah.
I did see the Reddit post that he
And
had been.
psychology.
Yeah, I did see the Reddit post people sent me about he was looking for participants in his work study for a project at school. And then I saw like that one of his emails was killing spree 1137 at I think Gmail. I can't remember.
Yeah, there was that one cracked. He had a few, but one was killing.
And then now to hear that this guy was apparently allegedly, an ex heroin user. I've been sent several things about that. I sent Sonny a video someone that had went to school with him had posted earlier, and then there was also he was like a hero that saved someone. He helped save someone's life in a different like crime thing back in 2017. So I'm like, there clearly someone this complex is going to have a lot of layers to dig through. The thing I'm 100% the most interested in is what connection did he have to these victims?
Well,
and when I went to the press conference, yeah. And then I've been sent 5 different Instagram bios, so I'm like, which one is his?
Yeah.
So I'm the most interested in what connection he had with these victims. Is the 4chan post, is that legitimate? Because that's pretty weird about,
Well, I don't know how 4chan works. Adam, can 4chan, because the date was for December 12th.
Yeah.
Like, can you go and edit all that and create one today as if it was for the 12th?
Well, no, I mean, I think whatever post that was, we don't know that it's him, but whatever that was posted on December 12th saying, yeah, I mean, that's odd.
It literally said at the end of it, PA, Pennsylvania.
I'm hiding out in PA.
Yeah.
And other things in there were so graphic.
But Adam, what do you think of the fact that he's in criminology, psychology, done a survey, and yet careless as ever with obviously.
Right. And his sister is a licensed therapist. I did see that. There has been some confusion over. I do know. I can say really quickly. I know there was some confusion over his mother and his sister's names, and
oh yeah, Melissa and
Mary Ann is the mother. Melissa is the sister.
Yeah.
Melissa did post something even about the Uvalde shooting back in I can't remember when that was. And Miss Dog Lover saying gives me very Bundy vibes. To the point where didn't Ted Bundy even spend time in Pullman, Washington? I could be mistaken about that, but I'm thinking that Ted Bundy spent time in Pullman, Washington.
Purdue, it's not very pretty.
Yeah,
at all.
No. I mean, he talks about. I mean, whoever posted this 4chan thing basically says, I hung their intestines from the ceiling fan, and I stuck the knife up one of the victims' body parts.
Up cave, VJ. Yeah, I've shown it earlier on the live. Don't really want.
And then another post by that same user said that someone named David Loach is the killer. So what that means, I don't know.
Yeah,
but it was the same user.
Mm-hmm. And I have a few videos here to watch. A couple of myself, and then Adam sent me one as well. Adam, and then you guys all know that there was that girl that came on that everyone's showing the video for as well. The one that's like, oh, my brother, and we knew him, and my brother and Brandon guy knew him really well. And basically, my family doesn't call each other unless
that's what I sent you.
Important. Did you send me that one?
Yeah.
Oh,
where she talks about heroin and how he was.
Yeah, I had seen that one a few times actually. I don't even think I looked at it on yours. because I'd already seen it. But there was,
and that was from crime. That was from crime scene to courtroom or something that had put all 3 of her TikTok videos out together and that's when I sent you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I thought that Bundy went to WSU, at least for a time, and we know he was studying law, but criminal justice law, criminology. I mean, was the of course the motive is going to be the most interesting part of all of this, because was it just a sick?
2 sex out of. I'm here still.
And then I know there was also the, I guess there was the raid done at 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, but then I've heard reports that the family was given notice of the arrest last night. Which, could that just be an instance of 3 a.m. being Eastern Standard Time and there being in Pacific Standard Time or Mountain Standard Time? And so, were they given the information last night, meaning 11 or 12 p.m., whereas it did, was at the same time that the raid was happening? But okay, thank you, Chaotic. Bundy attended the University of Washington. Okay, but not the University of Washington Pullman.
And anger, rejection. Yeah, Alexa's probably too bad. Alexa's probably busy tonight with her guests and stuff like that.
She's got her family in town.
Yeah. She chose 3 a.m. Well, you know what? Let me just show that.
He drove the female student to Pullman. Thank you, Chaotic. I knew there was a Bundy connection to Pullman, Washington.
Okay, let me, I got so many things open here, but let me show that for a sec because
Indy Pam, that's so sad. Sorry.
Oh, Barbara Walters died. See, I already thought she was dead, to be honest with you.
No, that's so sad.
But it was Joan Rivers. I always get her and Joan Rivers mixed up. Yeah. Yeah, she's iconic, Barbara Walters. But her and Joan Rivers are both. But Barbara Walters.
I love a Barbara Walters filter.
Yeah. Right. Like I said, I do personally love strong women. And the ones that, don't necessarily follow the beaten path of, of certain things. I'm just not that way myself. I know, just kidding.
No, you're a wallflower, Sonny. We know that.
Yeah, right. Oh, that reminds me. I don't even know what he was going on about. I seen this post come in from Jeff. So Jeff, if you're watching again, he's like, I don't even know what he was referring to, but he said something about nice music, but something about I just can't handle this show anymore, whatever. And I'm like, Jeff, okay, first of all, you're not loyal. I really could care less, because when you're not loyal, and then because he left a post before saying that he was, I know why he left the first time, because he couldn't stand the fact that we were monetized. Yes.
Right, Jeff, that was on here the other night?
No, no, not that Jeff. Don't let me confuse it with that Jeff. No, he has an avatar of this like black and white guy smoking. So like I said, Jeff, honestly, people like you, I truly do not care about myself, because you literally, those people that just pogo stick around, and it's like, here, right. Well, I think I like you now, so I think I'll stay. I don't think I like you right now. Well, you know what? Maybe I'll come back. Maybe I'll whatever. So, dude, make up your mind. Actually, I don't really care. Like I said, people that pogo stick like that, my life does not revolve around you. But you always have to leave your little post to say that you're leaving. So, bon voyage, adios, arrivederci, have a good life, whatever. But yet he'll probably still watch, But it just kind of made me laugh. I don't even know what video he was attaching it to or whatever. And I was just like, bon voyage, hasta la vista, baby.
Right.
There's loyal people, And then there's those ones that just need to tell you that they're coming and going and coming and going like a revolving door to them. But anyways, I want to show this video, you guys, of uh, the backyard where the person's recording, and it's just like I think a minute video, and he's recording basically when what's his name, Bryan Kohberer, was arrested. So let me just, I think it's on one of my Facebook. Okay, this one here. So let me take down. Sorry, Indie Pam, your comment's gonna have to come down on there. There we go. Yeah, chaotic. Very, very sad. Again, I thought she had already. My bad. How old was she?
She was, I think, she was in her late 80s, I believe.
Yeah. So let me. I don't think I can make this bigger when it's these type of things. So just gonna have to play it. We'll just. Okay.
I'm going to call. So,
Okay.
I'm going to call. So,
So yeah, so that was.
You know, and I just sent you in Messenger picture of the neighbor of the gated community that he lived in, that he was where he was arrested.
You sent me. Okay, 1 second. I see my twin just arrived. Tan. So when I woke up today very early and I had very little sleep, I'm just talking to my sister for a sec. Bear with me. The person was arrested in connection for the Idaho 4. So I only had a couple hours sleep lately. I'm just saying, I won't be coming today for those gift cards for whatever. I'll come tomorrow. Too tired, so I decided to do an hour live with Adam, going over some of the other stuff. Yeah, that's my twin. Oh yeah. So again, just so you know, my twin is Tanya. She was on the other night, and Tanya, just don't forget, tomorrow night you're supposed to be on for New Year's Eve here, by the way. Just a reminder. And again, I'm just gonna quickly, before, because we got quite a few things to share here. I will just quickly. Oh, you know what? I guess I should make her a mod, huh? I'll probably.
That's up to you, family. You know.
She is my twin. Shit. Okay, fine. I'll make you a mod. So, Tan, I made you a mod, so you can drop your link when you're a mod. But, delete and welcome. Oh wait, so someone just said that they were here for the first time, but that's my twin. So, I was like thinking I had to go back and ask someone else here. Come on. Really? You stupid thing? I'm literally in this. Oh my goodness, Adam. Like, how is it that I can be in my, I don't know, house and home creations? And I literally had the link, clicked on it, and then it kept saying StreamYard. Oh, I probably copy and pasted it wrong there. See, brain dead. Okay, you guys, the link I'm dropping there, that's to my twins channel, House and Home Creations, that she's just started. So anyone that's going to be into home decor, baking, cooking, all that stuff, my twin, honestly, she's just that good and creative. She really, truly is. Okay, chaotic. We'll see you in a bit. No, you're not interfering with the live. Now get out of here now. Just kidding. Just kidding. Love you. WNEP 16 in Scranton, Wilkes Bar, Pennsylvania. Had some good video reporting tonight. This isn't very far from where I live in Northeast PA. If you're looking for news, well, I don't think we're lacking the news clips. I'm not even going to lie on that one.
Right.
Okay, so let me go see what Adam sent, because
it's just a picture of the gated community that he was arrested in, that he lived in.
Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, that one that I've seen as well. Cute little, cute little.
Right, yeah. To show that, definitely,
Yeah. So.
And then the other thing I sent you was what was allegedly a TikTok account of his where he was following the female victims.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to show that in a second as well. So this obviously in front of you right now, obviously is Bryan Kohberer that is being charged with the murder of the Idaho.
First-degree murder.
Yeah, first-degree murder.
Thank you, Crime Sleuth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Make sure, Adam, you got your things to drop your.
Yep, I have 675 as of right now, so it'll probably drop down to 674. And
yeah, I know, right? It's like a yo-yo machine. Hi, Ruth. I have identical twin sisters too. I am 22 months older. It was not fun for me growing up with them. Oh.
Yeah. I did put out a short last night about the Madalena Karjakoe missing girl in North Carolina, and so we'll be doing more about that, I'm sure, coming up, because I know there was a search warrant issued there today.
Okay. Absolutely. So let me just quickly show the picture that Adam sent as well, and yeah. This one. Okay. So that's the community where his parents live, and that's where he was arrested. I guess was in the Scranton area. I just, we're going to show a couple more videos here in just a sec, but I still can't believe that he's this criminology major. And he
That's
literally,
surprising.
Yeah. My question to you, Adam, is: do you think he was broken before he went into criminology, or do you think he became broken?
Yeah, I think whatever was going on. I mean, of course, this man is presumed innocent until he's found guilty. We should state that. But I would say that the fracture in the psyche is going to happen much earlier than it probably is what led him to go into this field.
Yeah.
Much like what makes all of us go into being interested in it.
Of course, he was very passionate about it, right? Because,
so does it play into the motive, or is it a symptom? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
As far as was this some sort of weird, sick experiment he was doing with his own study, or was it just a part of his fantasy?
Yeah. Well, okay.
Like Ted Bundy, he would put out, he created pamphlets to help women protect themselves from SA. Right.
The video.
Exactly, Kelly.
I believe psychopaths are born that way. Right. He's not right. He is bad to begin with. I think so. He's bad to begin with, but too sure of himself after criminal, thinking he could get by with the killings. Yeah. You know what? He's going to have a long time if he's convicted of talking to these people about their feelings and thoughts, and then he's going to be. I can just see it in doing a survey. I'm just going to hand out some pamphlets, and he's literally just going to be like, what did you think? And you were here for how long?
Right.
No, I don't want my ass kicked. I'm just asking you some questions.
And it probably gave him a false sense of. He probably had delusions of grandeur where he probably thought he could get away with it because of some of his knowledge.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let me show this video quickly. Okay.
Yeah. Of course.
It's from Instagram. And again, and then we'll go back into this conversation. So I'm going to say this, trig warning to people, even though it's like a video, but obviously we're here for a reason. So it's going to depict kind of like exactly what he's, thinking in a sense. So let me do that. I'm going to make this full screen, take this off here. Let's see here. Okay, so whoops. Where did it go? What the heck? Who's messaging me? Pete's sakes. 1 second. My bad. I went to go click it to play, and then someone messaged at the same time. And then all of a sudden it clicked that open. So let me play this from the start, you guys.
You're muted, Sonny.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Whoops, why are we so big? There we go. I don't know. There was a couple coming in, Deb. I haven't seen, but yeah, I went to go click it, and all of a sudden, boom, my messenger starts opening up, and I'm like, wait, what? So what does it mean? He enjoyed that? Well, it means that like they created that video. So it's just, again, hindsight is 2020. So now that we see that, now that anyone that sees that video knows that, like this is what he obviously was going through his head. He enjoyed this stuff.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, if you don't create an email address that says, killing spree 1137, unless you've got some sadistic fantasies.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know what? We don't quite know what the motive is, Tan, but I mean, he did follow them on Instagram. Kaylee is here and Maddie is there. So we do know, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that he knew them because he lived in that area. Oh, and I want to play that one that you sent as well, Adam.
Yeah, it was and I looked at the map. It's a 14-minute drive from his apartment to their house. 10 miles. Because a lot of people forget that Moscow, Idaho is literally 10 minutes from the border of Washington, and so do we know that he personally knew the girls? No, of course we don't. But I would assume that he was familiar with. They may not have known him, but I have a feeling that he was very familiar with them. I don't think this was random. I mean, no, it may have initially been random, but I think he familiarized himself with these victims very thoroughly. I think he knew their movements. I think he knew their behavior. I think he knew what he was doing and why he was going there and why he targeted that house.
Yeah. I mean, he was following him. Chances are it will come to fruition, and I don't want to say it now only because I'm too tired. I think someone said that where Kelly got her vehicle or something like that, or that she knew him already. But you know what? I'll let that play out as it comes out. But the
Well, not even.
chances are,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
I would say I mean I even took a lot of I kept rewinding when I was watching the press conference this evening, that I know that every time that Chief Fry said, that's part of the investigation and it will come out later.
Uh-huh.
I could tell by the elation in his face throughout different things. I speculated that when he was saying some of those things, the answer was yes.
Yeah, right.
Because if there was no there, then he would, I don't think he would say, "Oh, that will come out later."
Yeah. 1 second there. And just quickly, you guys as well. Actually, here, let me just screen it quickly and throw it in. Just trying to get everybody's stuff in there.
Right.
And again, you guys just have to hit exclamation email, and that will bring up the email. So if anyone does want to send anything, that they have more so, but we've been sent a lot of stuff. But if somebody does have a clip or something that they do want us to show or something like that, or information, just send it to that email that's going to come up in a second. And I'll just quickly put up what Deb was. I'm going to beat my mouse. My battery must be dying.
You need new batteries.
I know.
Yeah, and then like I said, and then I think I found that the TikTok thing where he was following all three of the girls.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to hurt this mouse in a second. Okay. So just to go over it for anyone that doesn't know. Hey, Shar. Antisocial personality disorder, sometimes called sociopathy, is a mental disorder in which a person consistently shows no regard for right or wrong and ignores the rights and feelings of others. People with antisocial personality disorder tend to antagonize, manipulate, and treat others harshly, or with callous indifference. They show no guilt or remorse for their behavior. Individuals with antisocial personality disorder often violate the law, becoming criminal. They may lie, behave violently or impulsively, and have problems with drugs and alcohol use. Because of these characteristics, people with this disorder typically can't fulfill responsibilities related to family, work, or social. Okay, so thank you, Deb. Deb's husband's, of course, a psychologist, and we've talked about this a few times on the different lives and stuff like that. And so, just for anyone that doesn't know, that's just whatever, a synopsis or whatever of the gist of all that good stuff, eh? It's crazy. Like, I mean, because the friends, like, that was it the girl that said that someone said that he was like a, kind of like a tubby guy.
I just sent you a thing that was posted from Nick McLaughlin, who was a friend of his.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. Okay, Nick. Is that the one with the guy in it? The one that was talking on the news?
Well, this is just a screenshot.
Okay, let's see here. Okay. Okay, so yeah, let's read that. Okay, we'll bring that in. Okay. Okay. Do. 1 second. Can you guys all see that pretty good?
Right.
Okay,
So what it says was Nick McLaughlin, 26, who was friends with Kohberer in high school and vocational school, and had been following the Moscow murders, told the Daily Beast he was floored to see Kohberger's had been arrested. He described Kohberer as down-to-earth member of his friend group who was overweight when he graduated junior year. But at the start of senior year, Kohberer was thinner than a rail and turned aggressive. He'd also picked up a new hobby, taking boxing classes. He always wanted to fight someone. He was bullying people. we started cutting him off from our friend group because he was 100% a different person, McLaughlin said. Asked what might have contributed to the change that summer, McLaughlin said, "We have no idea." McLaughlin went on to say he and Kohberer would spend half the school day at Pleasant High Valley, heading to Monroe Monroe County's vocational school, where they took classes related to heating and air conditioning, which we know his dad worked in. He said Kohberer also took criminal justice courses to potentially become a cop. McLaughlin said his friendship ended with Kohberer began putting moves on his girlfriend. He was like reaching out to her saying, "I can get us a bottle and we can hang out tonight." So that goes hand in hand with the information that he had started using heroin in high school, allegedly.
1 second. Back to us there. Okay.
And I've gotten several things about the heroin thing that I've not even had time to look through all of yet, but several accounts of him, using heroin.
Right. This right here is just a mama's pride and joy, is it not?
Yeah.
Everything that you want your kid to not be, this child is.
Yeah. I also have a newspaper clipping someone sent me from August of 2019 where he's on the dean's list. So clearly he was excelling in college.
Yeah. Earlier today, I played the clip as well where he was receiving his master's degree in criminology. There. And but let me play that one clip, Adam, that you sent me. The one where supposedly he called into a show.
And I don't know the validity of this. I was sent this, and then the YouTuber, I guess, that was posting it is claiming it was true. I don't know all of the details other than that I was sent it, and that people were speculating on, did he call into this YouTube channel or did he not? So I don't know, but the YouTuber apparently at the time that this was posted was standing by that this was, and that he had reported him into the police.
The one thing that every single one of them, I live in a college town, and I've worked with probably at least 10, 6.
Okay, before I keep playing that, so the person on the phone is supposed to be Bryan. The
Right.
call-in, is supposed to be Bryan Kohberer. Okay, so I'll hit play.
Sigma Chi members, and the one thing that every single one of them I feel like has asked me is, if you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with it? And I just wonder if maybe this is nothing more than some kid in a fraternity trying to prove himself. And that was it.
So you said you worked with 5 or 6 Sigma Chi kids, and they asked you if you can kill somebody, they can get away with it?
Yeah.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah.
Oh,
and
my God!
I know that's a thing that just like maybe people say, trying to like have interesting conversation, but like just in my head, it's like it's always been in these. You wonder if it's a thing that's in their like culture that they ask to see how smart you are and whatever, and what kind of answer you come up with, and someone took it too far.
Oh, wow. What kind of dudes would ask you that?
Well,
that's crazy as shit, man. That's an outrageous statement, man. I mean, I'd write their names down.
Yeah, man. Like I like horror movies and all that kind of stuff, and I'll watch those kind of things. But like when someone like in person says some stuff like that, it's kind of like jarring. It's like, what? Why are you saying something like that?
Yeah, that's man. Who said that to you?
Okay, so Dave, that is, so again, allegedly, but, using Sigma, was it Sigma
Sigma
Chi?
Sigma Chi.
Sigma Chi.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, would that really be shocking though if that, of course, was him? Because and then using Sigma Chi, like, because
Well,
again, it's thirst for knowledge and trickery and.
Right.
Go ahead.
And if you really want to dig into that whole anonymous 4chan post about the killer being hiding out in shithole Pennsylvania, he also then posted another post from that same user that said the killer was David Loach. So for him to then call into this and say Dave.
Yeah. Yeah, Dave Loach is the killer, is what it says.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you want to put that on the screen, I mean, you said you already did today earlier, but
that I don't think that part was attached. I think it had a little bit more.
If you read the username, it's the same user.
Yeah, I just want to beat my mouse right now. That's all I want to do.
Sonny, I'm sure you got something else in that room you could take batteries out of to put in your mouse.
Most things are remote control, dude. Seriously.
Playing.
Okay. And so here, okay, not gonna read it. You guys can read it for yourself. I don't really like reading it, to be honest with you.
But if you look at the ID, it's the same ID.
Was that name floating around by chance today? As people, were claiming these different names and stuff like that. So you guys can read that. I'm gonna keep it only up for just a few more seconds.
That was from 4chan.
Yeah.
It's graphic. It's horrible to even think of.
Yeah.
But again, if it is, ends up being attributed to the actual Bryan, then it goes to show an example of his psychopathy being very narcissistic.
Yeah.
Which, if you looked at John Kelly's like he said that in his previously as well. So psychopathic, sociopathic.
No,
I don't see him being schizophrenic as all. Again, drug, but
Okay, I'm gonna take it off there now. I think this is the one I showed earlier. I think it was.
Right. So it's the same thing. It's just not attributed to the second post.
No, I think there was a long. I think there was
yeah. I got that. I got some. Yeah.
I think you sent me it actually, the longer one, a little bit.
No, but I know who did.
Okay. Oh, I think
CD.
No, maybe for you. Let me just take a quick boo here.
Oh no! You're right. I'm sorry.
Okay, I think it was. Yeah, and then let's watch this one too quickly. 1 second. Too many. Adam, do you have the link for that girl? The girl that was talking about. Do you have that one? I was watching it a few times.
I sent it to you.
Did you? I didn't see it. Maybe I'm blind. I don't know. I feel like a chicken with my head cut off.
I'll resend it.
I keep every time I keep having to go to my email to Messenger to.
Here, I'll resend it.
Okay, and
this is from Crime Scene to Courtroom is the YouTube channel that posted that.
Okay.
So just to give them credit, because they did put this together, because it was from her TikTok.
Yeah. And
our coverage continues now of the arrest and the murders of 4 Idaho college students. Correspondent Evan Lambert has been looking into the background of the suspect, this man, 28-year-old Bryan Christopher Kohberer. Evan joins us live from Washington, D.C. with these new details. So, Evan, what all have you been able to uncover?
Well, Nicole, we're starting to get a better picture of Bryan Kohberer through online and other records, but also from someone who says that he knew Kohberer, our affiliate in Pennsylvania, speaking with a man who says that some years ago he ran with Kohberer on a regular basis. Listen to his reaction to the news that Kohberer was arrested and charged for these murders in Moscow, Idaho.
I used to go on night runs with him because, like, I didn't want to go running at night by myself. So I would text him like, "Hey, you want to go for a run?" We go for 6-7 mile runs at night. So like when I saw who it was, I was just in like complete shock. I'm still kind of like shaking knowing about that. Like, it's just unreal to think somebody could actually do that to somebody. Like, it's absolutely like mind-boggling. Like, my adrenaline's still kind of running after finding that information out. So just yeah, I feel for the families, and I'm just happy justice can be served now. So.
And we have also learned that Kohberer studied criminal justice at an advanced level, having gotten a master's from DeSales University in Pennsylvania in 2022, according to the school. There, he appears to once have posted on Reddit asking for volunteers for a research project where he was studying the criminal mind. And he wanted to know specific things about the emotional and psychological considerations for people who had been convicted of crimes, asking questions in a survey like, why did you choose that victim? What was the first move that you made? How did you leave the scene? So very eerie, knowing he is now accused of going through all those thoughts, having committed 4 murders, according to police. Now, he is currently a PhD candidate in criminal justice at Washington State University in Pullman, which is very close to Moscow, Idaho. A friend telling News Nation that he went to Pleasant Valley High School in the area near the Poconos. This is near that scene where he was arrested this morning. A news article from the local paper and school district documents tell us that he later worked there as a security guard. So a strange background for someone to now be accused of such gruesome crimes. Now, we also were able to confirm through county records out in Idaho that someone of the same name, same age, so it appears to be this suspect Kohberer, had been stopped on a seatbelt violation in August. So if these charges against him are true, that means that he would have at least been in the Moscow, Idaho area at least twice. Nicole?
And Evan, you confirmed that he did receive a master's from DeSales University there in Pennsylvania. That's also where he received his bachelor's degree as well, 2 years prior.
Yeah, so a bachelor's degree in 2020, graduating in 2020 in psychology. Then he went on to study criminal justice, criminology for a master's, according to the program for the commencement in May 2022. The school telling us in a statement that he graduated in June 2022, but we were able to find that document as well. And then we know he was continuing his studies in Washington State, really just across the Idaho state line as a PhD candidate in that same subject, criminology and criminal justice.
Yeah, criminology, criminal justice, and a bachelor's degree in psychology. All very interesting tidbits there. All right, Evan Lambert live for us in D.C. Thank you. Thank you for watching.
So I'm just going to go now and I'm going to play the other clip with the girl that says that she knew him, but her brother, and this guy, Brandon Moore. I know you guys have probably seen that on some of the other stations as well. And thank you, Miss Dog Lover. Yes, if you guys could please hit that like for us. Third time being on today, people. Could you give us a like? Yeah, definitely helps with the algorithm. Thank you so much. At some point, his nose has been broken. She definitely doesn't. Not sure what you're referring to there, Tan. Hey, Tan, I think you missed the boat on that guy. There was your dream boy right there, but now he's going to prison. Sorry. Yeah. Well, if he's convicted. But DNA was said to be a match as well. So let me go quickly play that other one. And Adam, let's see. I got too many tabs open. Which is the one I'm trying to do here? Give me a second. Sorry. I literally had it. Now I have to go find it. Oh no, I didn't have it open. I lied.
While you're doing that, I will say one rumor I've heard that, from someone that I trust, is someone has said that the FBI had been dressing as garbage men and collecting the garbage at that house in Pennsylvania for the last couple of weeks, and that's how they were able to get his DNA and fingerprints to compare.
Okay.
So
DNA will be all over that car. Yeah. Okay, so let me play this quickly. And hi Copper. And hi Marcos. How are you? Thank you guys for joining. There's 111 people watching at the moment. Again, we just ask if you could hit that like button for us. That would be great. And yeah, so let's play this one as well.
Okay. I don't have many followers, so I'm not sure who this is going to reach out to, but regarding the case of the 4 Idaho students that were slain and the arrest that was made, I used to be friends with Bryan Kohberer during my middle and high school years. And then before anyone comes at me and says that I'm just running for clout, I'm not. I have pictures that I will show you. I have screenshots that I will show you. I have yearbook pictures that I show you. I went to school with the kid. I was friends with him. I wouldn't make something like this up. I am just an absolute shock right now. I was heading to lunch when my mom called me, and immediately I knew something was off because I have the type of family that we don't call each other. So if someone does call someone, we know something's bad. She called me and asked me about the murders. I didn't know where she was going with it until she said that it was Bryan Kohberer, and naturally I freaked out and called about 8 of my friends. My brother was really good friends with him. My other friend, Brandon, was really good friends with him. I'm going to have a picture of him with him on the green screen as well. I'm shaking still. But anyway, let me show you. This is Brandon, the one I was just talking about. That's his wife, Brianna, and that's me. This was back in 2017. Obviously, that's Bryan. Still has the dead face that it's the eyes. I don't know. But when I spoke to him back in 2017, he was clean. He was a heavy heroin user back in high school. And it was just nice to see the kid clean up. And at that time, he said he was doing security detail. I believe it was out of school is what he told me. But he seemed like he was better. Obviously, that wasn't true. Here's another picture from a party that we had at Brandon's house. That's Bryan there. He used to be a bigger kid as well. But again, that's him. And then at the same wedding, I'm here, but he's back there. He was sitting at the same table as me and my mother. But he is back there enjoying a drink. I was sitting right next to him. We talked. He seemed fine. My mom sent me the old school yearbook. That was him. Bryan Kohberer, that's him. He went to Pleasant Valley. Graduated with, I think, my friend Christopher, a year younger than me. This is when he nonchalantly decided to make me drive him around the Poconos for heroin, and I had no idea. I thought I was just doing a nice deed because he needed something, and it turns out that he was getting heroin. Sorry, I'm like, my voice is shaking. I might make a part 2. I probably have to. I don't have a 6-minute feature. I only have a 3-minute feature. I also talk really fast, so I'm sorry. More on this. I don't really know what to say in this situation because it's so fucking crazy. I'm not trying to put any names out there. Like, I'm not trying to get like my friends involved, but it's crazy when you sit there and you realize that the person that was in your parents' home, in your friend's home, you were in their car, you were in his house. I knew his mom. She was a substitute teacher at Pleasant Valley. It's crazy to think that, I don't know. It's again, he obviously no longer has a Facebook, but they still allow you to filter old messages. Here's something. I invited him to a party back in 2014. he seemed fine. It's crazy just what can switch in someone's brain. Again, after the whole heroin incident, I didn't know that he was literally making me drive to get him heroin until Brendan told me. So I messaged him a pretty rotten message just because I was pissed. I didn't know there was fucking heroin in my car. But this was, again, 2013. I was 2 years, graduated from high school. He then said he was in rehab. He would randomly message me after that. This is him mentioning he wanted to study criminal justice. Again, back in 2013, he was already hoping to do that. And then that obviously fell through because he said he went to rehab. But apparently he went back at it. And again, in 2017, that's when it seemed like everything was fine and he was doing great for himself. So it was kind of crazy that this fucking happened. But yeah, this is also talking about, hanging out with Bryan, chilling with them. And then Brandon said they're like not friends anymore. And this happened a lot because of what he was doing, his addiction, and he had some anger issues. I know he did kickboxing to kind of help with that, but again, I wish I had more pictures. I'm sure I have plenty from MySpace days, but for some reason I cannot get onto my MySpace. When I click to search, it just gives me like broken photos, and I'm sure I had more pictures with him because, again, I did a lot with him. We hiked a mountain by my parents' house together. He mentioned that in one of the messages I had with him. Again, I'm so sorry if this is really fast. I don't really know what to say. This never happened to me before. I really didn't have old friend of a murderer on my 2022 bingo list. So yeah, that's him. So someone had commented and said that what does something that you knew about him 5 to 10 years ago have to do with anything? The point of the matter is the police want anyone who knew him to reach out to try to get an idea of who he was, regardless of if it was 5 to 10 years ago or 3 minutes ago. Like, they want to know. They want to be able to piece it together. And even if it doesn't really help them because it's that long ago, at the end of the day, I knew him. I was friends with him. And I'm not trying to turn this into a whole, I knew him. Oh my God. Nothing like that. I want to be able to get my statement across. I want to be able to show my story, tell my story. I want my friends to be able to tell my story. I want my brother to, my mom to, which, by the way, my mom and my brother both had called the tip line and gave them their statements. I have a whole freaking novel typed out in my freaking email with the screenshots, which are like 25, by the way. I just want to be able to make sure that I don't know how to explain it. I just want to be able to make sure that I can convey what I know. If it helps or if it doesn't. At the end of the day, there are 4 victims who were brutally murdered. Their families, their friends, they want answers. And I have answers. Maybe not of why he did it, but I know who he was. And I just want to be able to, I don't know. And then someone else said I might get subpoenaed because of the video. Fuck it. Send me a subpoena. I'll make my statement. I'll look him dead in the eye and tell him what a piece of shit he is. You can rot in fucking hell. And then, is it only these 4 people that he killed? I don't know. At the end of the day, it's terrifying, and I'm going to need more than melatonin to sleep tonight. Definitely. Beats me because, thankful I invited him to a party in 2014. He's like, I love you guys. Always will, even if we stop talking one day. That scares me for some reason. It should put me at peace, should put me at ease, but I don't know. It doesn't. I don't know.
Okay. Deb, thank you very much. I think the music's going to go off here in a second as well. No, but I need to be a little drunk. This is hot chocolate. Ho, ho, ho.
I sent you the screenshot of just that.
99 says thank you. Thanks for doing 3 separate lives on this subject today. I hope others will show you appreciation too.
Sure, I'll come back to you 1 sec. What were you just going to say, Adam?
I sent you the screenshot that person had that from the original post. That person had also put in the text.
Okay. So, and sorry, just remind us whose video was that again that we just watched?
That was from the YouTube channel. Crime Scene to Courtroom.
Crime Scene to Courtroom, shout out there, because to be honest with you, Adam, I'd only seen part 1. I didn't see part 2 and part 3 up until I just watched it then and there.
Yeah. And then I sent you the screenshot from her original text.
Okay.
It said I would like to hand you a big congratulations to lying to me.
Okay. I'll come back to that in a sec, Adam. Because first I just want to say, so I want to say this. So this is our merch site, and our merch site's in the bio log, by the way, or it's on fourth wall if you type in 4. Anyways, so Shar, just prior to you saying that, I just happened to look on because I seen it said a Willow tip came in, and for some reason I was thinking Willow was the merch site. And Shar and Kaylee or Callie, what am I saying Kaylee for? Callie, I saw that you bought me the Abby and Libby blanket. I know that you said you wanted to do that for me, and I appreciate that so much. But if you guys want to check out the line, just because I want to give appreciation to those people that there was a few purchases that I saw coming in, and Tanya, I believe, is my sister, is the one that tipped. I believe that is because it said Tanya, and unless there's another Tanya in the house, my twin, her name is Tanya. But anyways, there's the whole trending line, but I think
I've yet to buy anything from the merch line. I need to.
You know what? So my twin, like we were looking at the aprons, but the aprons look kind of small. So my twin, this is my twin's a shirt that we were making, right? So we were about to purchase some things the other day, and honestly, so I'm Canadian, so it wanted of course Canadian or American dollars, and hold on a second. So anyways, then it said shipping was like $25 on top of it. So basically you look at this like 70 something dollar order that turns into like somebody's little dog's yapping, that turns into this like $130, and that's not even including duty fees. So I basically just left it in the cart. There's the one that I made for Callie, by the way, for her son. He loved,
right?
Pardon?
He loved, right?
Yeah. So it says Joey. Our son's name is Joey, and then she just wanted a simple like gamer because she wanted the zip up or whatever. So it was just something as simple like that because you can, of course, personalize it. I was trying to find the one. If I can quickly find it. There's a lot of good stuff on here. The Abby and Libby line, the hashtag line. If anyone, I'm just saying this now. If anyone wants a special request, I guess I should take Christmas down now, eh? If anyone does want a special request, they can easily email me and ask for a special if they want a special name, like or something. It was so funny because you see this one right here, you guys. An actual person from the fourth wall actually purchased this.
Yeah,
by Ted Trading Gamer last month. I thought that was pretty funny. This one, Bulldog, kind of cool. I was just trying to find the one quickly. Oh, here it is. This is the one that Shar just purchased right here. Is Ice Queen. And whenever you do something on the side of the arm, like when it's being made, because obviously it's a third party thing that I create the design, they supply everything and then they ship, but whenever you do something on the side of the arm, they always charge another like $5 or $7 more and stuff like that. But anyways, really nice. Go ahead.
And just anything like Sharon Parker said, that's why I did not order the blanket, so expensive. Anything that is from the Abby and Libby line, a portion is going to be sent to the Abby and Libby Memorial.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, if it might seem a little expensive, at least that a portion of that is going to the Abby and Libby line.
Correct, and I think and Sharon knows that. But again, it's not like you're raking off a huge profit off of this stuff, because it's really that they have a certain cost, and their cost is almost like a retail cost in a sense, but yet it's personalized. So that's where things, no matter if it's here on this or something else, whenever something is personalized, other than that, go to Walmart or something like that. And do it. But I just like the fact that I can create, and I always like the fact that if somebody wants something special, like for instance, like the mug. So let's say you have a member of your family that passed on, and you wanted a special mug to have your coffee in, right? So like, for instance, my mom's name's on one of the mugs. It's just a sample one, just to show. But like I said, to always have those little memorials, even if it's on a pillow, because they have pillows and stuff like that. But again, yeah. And so I just wanted to give a shout out to Shar, to Callie, to my twin, and to anyone else that has purchased from the merch site. We appreciate it very much. And the Abby and Libby line, of course, has special meaning because, for the girls, again, if nobody was to do anything for them, 0 of 0 means 0. So just the fact when people do things, again, I don't think it's greedy that 50% goes to them. It's not like there's this huge profit off of it. And 50% goes to us. I created the designs and stuff like that. And again, 0 of 0 means 0. So when people actually do stuff for people, like I said, instead of saying thank you for doing stuff like that, there's lots of people out there that say that. There's always those people out there that we don't care to talk about, to be honest with you, because those are useless human beings to us, the ones that want to try to bring negativity to doing good things for other people. Let me just go back to, anyways, appreciation to everyone that has purchased from the merch site. Thank you so much. And which one do you want me to show, Adam? Both?
Well, there was just a screenshot from that video we posted earlier of the original.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so the first one I've already shown earlier, and I'll show it again. That was that little poem that was from.
Well, that was from his sister.
Yeah. And so let me go back and bring that in there and come back here. And again, thank you, Deb, for saying that. Yeah, it's 3 lives. Whatever, right? It's kind of like sometimes when someone's in the news and, you have to do things as they're happening, because that's the whole point of it. You're just trying to bring awareness. And so as for that, a girl that was speaking there, when I watched the first one, I thought, oh, there we go. Another person that wants to be center of attention. Let everybody know that she knows who the guy is. But, by that same token, I mean, she already submitted the stuff to the tip line, whatever, or talk to them. However, I know it's so true, Delphi. You couldn't have said it better. And, but she had already submitted the information. But it's kind of one of those things that it's a balance of a little bit of ego, because it's almost like it's like you're so jaw-droppingly, going, what the heck? I knew this person. I can't say that I wouldn't do the same thing myself. Be like, you guys, you know that murderer that was just arrested? Like, legit, I knew him. He was like a friend of my brother's, because it's almost like you're releasing, to others. And everyone just has their own way of doing things. And some people will keep quiet to it and not say a word. And then there's other people that have, that just go online and share it with other people. So if it wasn't for those people that share stuff like that, so I'm going to thank her for sharing that with us, because it's all those little things that if it wasn't for the leaks that come from, whether it's LE or, FBI people or friends or this or that, doesn't matter. If it wasn't for those people, we would know virtually nothing besides what Ali knows. But sleuths, they want to deep dive and dig and whatever. And granted, I'm not going to sit here and, say that everything's done in the utmost appropriate standards along the way and stuff like that. But again, that's tidbits of information that I doubt is going to be very detrimental to the case. What her sharing and saying that she knew him and here's some of this, it gives insight to us that he was, and possibly duty, customs duties. But so it just gives us more insight. So I want to say that I'm actually grateful that there are people out in the world that don't have a problem coming on to the internet and letting us know certain things, So I just, again, each to their own. So I'm actually, as much as I was kind of going, oh, because she was talking really fast, and then I realized at the end that it was because the segment can only be so long. I think it was it on TikTok, Adam?
Yeah.
Was it yeah. So I'm just gonna say I appreciate it. So you say you found the way she did it a bit insensitive. Just my thoughts.
Yeah, I personally think she sounded genuine to me in her kind of shocked. And I feel like she was kind of in a state of maybe she shouldn't have jumped on as quick as she did, but I think that in this generation, or the younger generation, I feel like that is kind of like their first go-to is to turn towards social media. And I think that she expressed herself on TikTok the way a lot of people do. We saw this in the Bryan Laundrie and Gabby Petito case with things, and other cases as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I take what she said at face value.
Yeah. You know what? Too once I had watched it a second time, I had a little bit different take on it than originally, just because it's kind of like, at first it's like, okay, here's all the people coming out of the woodwork, but by saying that, it's one of those things is like you're just like, hey, I knew, this is. She was rushing a lot because she knew her time limit on her video, so she was rushing through it, and. Right. So I felt it was heartfelt in the sense too that she was like, "What the heck?" Like this person was whatever. So
I even felt like some of the silly sounding my family's not the kind to call each other. That's something I would probably say in the same kind of a situation. I'd be like, oh, here's the reasoning that it seemed weird to me because my mom called me and she doesn't normally call me. Those are to me that are details that come across as very genuine and authentic.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Exactly. I was going to say exactly. And no, because I'm older than you, Miss Dog Lover. I get it. I get Miss Dog Lover's take on it as well.
Same.
But then I also understand how society is nowadays and, like how we think old school in a sense is kind of like totally different than how it is now, for sure. And a Drock, to what you said there personally, I worry about if he can get a fair trial with all this info out. Could mistrial him? I doubt it. I think that they have such hard evidence on him.
I think they have DNA forensic evidence.
DNA. They probably got so much on this guy. I don't honestly believe that anything's going to hurt this guy. To be honest.
And Lord knows what they're going to recover from that Elantra.
Right. And who else is going to come out? What else? What else is going to evolve?
And that's one reason I found the whole him trying to point because for anyone that doesn't know, the David Loach person is the person that Ethan was apparently in a fight with that night, and it was so in my mind he's trying to point he's trying to point the direction of suspicion in the realm of those frat boys. But
yeah, can you see what's ahead of you there, Adam? So
I saw that. Yeah, because we got sent that together.
Yeah,
and David Loach, that name has been around. If you look, that goes back into all of the Sigma Chi 4chan posts that people have gone into, and I think that again, we don't know that Bryan is the one that posted those things on 4chan, but it's interesting that this person was then connected to that. From that, I'm not saying this Bryan Loach has anything to do with it, other than
right,
someone putting his name out there.
Yeah. You know, again, and I can't say this enough. It is just so heartbreaking that this psychopath, I should say, um, it's just so heartbreaking that these 4 innocent people had their lives taken by this sick, twisted individual that decided it's almost like a game, but I know but you know what I mean? But it almost feels like someone that plays the game of, the
Look at
cat
Ted
and
Bundy.
mouse game. And yeah. And
I feel very strong vibes from Ted Bundy toward in this. And maybe he's someone. And if he's, think about it. If this is someone that's interested in criminology, and has got a PhD in criminal law, or not criminal law, but in
psychology,
not psychology,
criminology,
in becoming a police officer, basically.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Clearly he could have a fascination over some of these serial killers in the past, and Ted Bundy would be an obvious one because of his connection to Pullman, Washington, and the area that this person went to school in. And so I feel like, even if there could have been an emulation of some of that. He could have looked at what Ted Bundy did in that house in Florida, and that could have been speculatively something that he emulated and something that he wanted to recreate or perfect. I do, and I'm speculating, but I feel like I feel like, as we dig into this deeper, there will be a strong idolization of certain serial killers.
Yeah,
and Ted Bundy, to me, being the most obvious because of one, the Washington connection, and two, just the way he targeted females the way he did. The Gainesville Ripper would be another one. But I don't know if this would be his first killing or not. Something tells me it is.
Something tells me he is too, but he would turn out to be a serial killer.
Sure. Something tells me that it is his first killing, but that if not caught, he would have become a serial killer.
Yeah.
But I do think he probably, he studied criminology. He was fascinated clearly with the mind, the minds of what made. Look at the study he was asking for research, people to help with. He was fascinated with what made people commit crimes and what went through their mind as he did it.
Yeah.
And then he acted out on his own.
Yeah.
Test study.
Well, I'm going to act out on my own in a second if Crime Sleuthin ever brings up Lindt chocolates to a diabetic again. That is so wrong. That is so wrong. Okay. Now, if you were to say Lindor, I would have probably had to come through the computer screen, to be honest with you. And that would be a whole different crime. Anyone else nervous and snacking? I don't know why. But yeah. So I don't know. Well, time will tell if there was another before this. I can't still help, but every time I think of this guy, Barry Morphew keeps coming into my head. How Barry Morphew was listening to true crime podcasts. He literally used the true crime podcasts, because one of the ones that was on the spy pen, and if anyone doesn't know about the Suzanne Morphew case, okay, mother that disappeared in 2020, husband was away working in Broomfield, the daughters were on a camp trip, I think in Iowa or Idaho or something like that. But anyways, on the spy pen was talk about bike, how a bike, but this is a really, really, really. Those are okay, the red ones. Okay. We're going to interrupt this podcast or broadcast for a commercial. So the commercial is this, is that when I had a Lindor for the first time, I could never understand. And I know some of you don't care, and I really don't care that you don't care, because I'm still going to tell you anyway. So the first time I had a Lindor, and people would say that chocolate was an aphrodisiac, I was like, why do people keep saying that chocolate's an aphrodisiac? I don't get it. And then I had a Lindor. Okay, this is back when I worked in cosmetics back in the day. And then I had a Lindor, and that thing hit my palate and hit my tongue. And I just remember going, oh, that was the best dark chocolate I ever had. I consider that close to a Big O, to be honest with you. I'm not even kidding. And I'm deciding, would a Big O or a Lindor red chocolate? Which one would I choose? I don't know. It'd be very hard, because that's the first time, and I'm being serious. That's the first time that I understood that chocolate was an aphrodisiac, was when I had a Lindor. Is that too much TMI? I don't really care, to be honest with you.
I'm feeling a little too tingly to talk right now.
I just can't believe that, right? I just can't believe that he literally went and got the bag, opened it up. And then my husband goes, hey, honey, did you know that there was a bunch of Lindor chocolates attached to that bottle of Captain Morgan's the Baileys that you bought last week or whatever? And I'm like, no. And he's like, and I wasn't at home. I was at my sister's when he said that. I was like, no. And then he's like, well, too late now. They're gone. Yeah, mouthgasm. That's right. Okay, so hated to divert there, but that was just a little infomercial.
So sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that's a diabetic's favorite thing to look at and stare at is, their fellow co-host sitting there snacking on their favorite chocolate. Anyways, let's get back to what we were talking about. So Dexter oft bad people, didn't he? This is no Dexter. Who's Dexter again?
The TV show.
Oh, that's what I thought. I never watched that myself on there. Respectful chat. Stop comparing him to Dexter. Dexter only killed bad people.
I agree, Miss Dog Lover. I don't think this is a Dexter situation.
Yeah, right.
One, because Dexter got away with it and was smart.
Yeah. So I heard of the show Dexter. I never watched the show Dexter.
You would have liked it.
Well, my thing is this. I have not watched TV in I don't know how many umpteen of years, because I spend my life in a special one. I'm a little junkie.
Yeah, Dexter would have gone after this guy.
That's it. I'm going to request from my husband.
Super chat. £4 and 49 pence. Thank you. Respectfully, chat. Stop
Yeah.
comparing him to Dexter.
Okay.
Dexter only killed bad people. Smiley face.
Call me crazy, but what's an incel? I keep seeing this word today, and I don't know what it means.
An incel is it's an involuntary celibate. So that's someone that can't perform.
Oh.
And it's someone that that becomes obsessed with, we talked about it with Delphi as well at one point. But it's almost become like a community thing as well online, which is weird in itself. But it's like this described thing where, people that, they can't perform, and they form this community of,
Yeah. Oh, okay. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Thank you, because
it's an involuntary celibate.
I kept seeing that word today, and I was like, I don't want to be a noob and ask what it means, because I've seen the word, but I wasn't really sure what it meant, and I meant to Google it, and I totally forgot. And I was like, you know what, whatever. I'm just gonna ask what it is.
Right.
I don't know why. I just wasn't sure what it meant at all.
Right. And you know, they can be peeping toms, and I'm not saying that all incels are. Some incels are.
Mm-hmm.
Some incels are harmless. Some incels, they recognize what they are, who they are, and that, you know, and they leave it at that. But just like with any other, you know, identity, some people take it to the next level, and some incels are fixated on the sexual idea of certain things with females, and when they can't perform because of whatever, they can then use sometimes weapons such as a large fixed bladed knife to replicate or almost act as a substitute for their you know, anatomy that can't do what they want it to do, to then fulfill the fantasy that they have over the female or subject that they want to fulfill that fantasy on. And if I'm getting that off a little bit, I apologize.
Well, Copper says incel, a member of an online community of young men who consider themselves unable to attract women sexually, typically associated with the views that are hostile towards.
Right. But I mean, the definition itself is, you know, it's an involuntary celibate.
I mean, when you look at the guy, I'm just gonna go back to his picture again. Like, when you look at him, okay, I see evil. I see evil in his eyes. Yeah, because I'm an eye person. Now, is he an ugly mofo? Not, you know, he's not ugly. He's not my type, but he's not ugly.
Right.
He could probably get, you know, he could probably, you know, have chicks, no problem, I'm sure. But he probably has a bunch of issues beyond that.
Right.
Obviously.
All of those definitions, a lot of people are putting incels, a lot of those definitions are all listed. I'm looking up several definitions now, and they're all listed as definitions of an incel. So it can have multiple meanings.
Yeah. I don't care, to be honest with you, if he's an incel or not. If he's the one that did this, I don't care, dude, what your issues are. Here it comes. Thank you, my husband.
Right, Miss Douglas, that is a deviated septum if I've ever seen one, and I've got a big nose, so I feel like I can fairly say that.
I like how in this day and age I can request a drink from my iPad to my husband that's in the living room, and then voila, it shows up, eggnog and rum.
Yeah.
Life is good, people.
And Dee, you know, I mean, I think when you're dealing with a psychological understanding of someone, who knows? You know, yeah, reason would say you could just do something like that, and it might not be that they couldn't even actually perform with all incels. It just could be that they felt such an inadequacy that they let that prohibit them from it.
Oh, Natalie, it sucks to be you. Here, Natalie, I'll do what Adam just did to me with the Lindor. Oh yeah.
The whole bag left.
I'm just trying to add to my fourth chin, you know.
I have some Andes. I have some Utah truffles. And I got more bags in the fridge.
You good? You good with your candy, Adam?
Oh, I just did. I don't eat candy, and so I just ate 3 in a row. I'll probably be on a sugar high for the rest of the night.
See, I have a Carrie. She said she didn't want to sound like a noob either. She was wanting to know what an incel was too. I've just only heard of that word recently, to be honest.
Right. To me, I've always heard the it's an involuntary celibate, and then it has several other meanings as well.
I wonder if he was at the frat party that night.
I doubt that.
Which night? The night of the murders?
I'm wondering if they mean
the September 1st.
No, by frat party, I'm assuming they mean the Sigma Chi party. I doubt that. I think this was someone that was much more focused on the females.
Yeah, like I feel like
Rose, I agree. Eyes, you can always, to me, tell the eyes.
Yeah. The eyes. I know the eyes. Like, okay, Adam, I want to understand from you. I said it earlier, but when you look at his eyes, what would you describe it like?
They're dead.
Pardon?
They're black. They're dead.
Yes, it's almost that's exactly it. It's like soulless. It's like when you're looking at someone, and we'll bring him just up again. But it's
Not
like,
to mention they're slightly beady. They're small. They're
Yeah, but it's. They also say that if you can see the whites, even though you can't there, but they always honestly say that if you can see someone's like whites like this, that typically those aren't good people either. I remember seeing that. So whenever I look at somebody's eyes, if I see that white part, I'm like, killer.
Can you see mine?
No.
All right.
You just wanted us to look at your blue eyes, or the chocolate stuck in your teeth. No, I'm just kidding. There's not. There's not. But yeah, soulless eyes. Exactly. So when I look at him, it's like I'm going right past his eyes, and it's like going into like this dark, deep space of nothingness there.
Yeah, and I had not even noticed the nose until whoever pointed it out. So yeah, I wonder how long that nose had been crooked that way. Was that deviated that way recently, or was it? Well, I don't know when this picture was taken.
Is it from snorting?
Well, I don't know if someone snort. If it depends if they snort or if they inject.
Either way, it looks like it was broken at some point.
Yeah, it's definitely a deviated. Yeah.
It's definitely got a big hook to it. But let's go back, you guys, quickly to this. Yeah. So now there's a name missing because there was a name Melissa up top here. Melissa Kohberer was up top here, and then Marianne Kohberer is down here.
No, it's right there. You can see written by Melissa.
My bad. May 24, 2022. How do you say that? Uvalde?
Oh no, Uvalde. That's where there was a school. There was a school shooting there earlier this year in May.
That's right.
It was an elementary school.
Yes, Adam. I remember that now. Sorry, you guys. There's so many things in true crime that honestly, Texas.
And Edie, good point. He did box it. He did box at one point.
Correct. They said you. Yeah. Oh, hey, Miss Dog Lover again. Oh, let's see. Should I wait for the music to go off? Okay, let's put this up quickly.
That's a rumor I've heard, is that they had the license plate from the get-go.
Oh, good. I was wondering about that. I was wondering about that. Just my thoughts, but I'm wondering if after the murders, he drove the Elantra north towards Canada on his way to PA to go around the mountains. I don't need you, but I want you. Thank you, Miss Dog Lover.
Miss Dog Lover, super chat.
Appreciate.
£8.99. Thank you.
Thank you.
My thoughts, but I'm wondering if after the murders, he drove the Elantra north towards Canada on his way to PA to go around the mountains.
Too much chocolate.
They knew from day one.
Well, I don't know if he went back right away. I don't know if he went straight back over there. Because, wait a second.
Well, I do have a post that was from Facebook of someone saying he was in class after the 13th.
Okay, because that's where he was going to school, right?
In Pullman, Washington, yes.
And you're in Pullman, okay. Okay, in Pullman. His mom was
see if I can find that really quick.
Yeah, and as
okay,
and as Adam's doing that, and so this hindsight is always 2020. So they're talking about, like I said, the school there in Texas, and then it says, I don't even know how to say that word, bereft of their laughter. There is now not a sound as we lower our children into the ground. Small hands and feet buried 6 feet deep into the earth of the world that failed them. As I read,
they were anti the death penalty.
Pardon?
So people were going into the politics of it and being like, "Oh, they're Democrats," because they were anti death penalty.
So yeah, and then it says, "I pray we consider the children before the gun." Well, now you're going to be saying that about the knife and your son.
And Nancy, his dad was in HVAC. That is correct.
Right. Nose was broken in a fight in high school. Okay.
So, so what I just sent you was just a Facebook message that someone had sent me about people that had wondered whether he'd been in class after the 13th, and this says that a reporter for KHQ said he had been attending class after the deaths. Oh no, that's the one. That's the one from the girl.
No. Hey,
Verbal Judo.
Thank you for becoming a member again.
We'll just change that that music now.
No, almost, Adam, almost. Okay, I keep thinking there's always like there's so much behind the scenes that you do, and then you hear that and you're like, oh right, I guess I gotta go make some new things. Except for my it's a 1:15 I like that one. Okay.
No, I love that one.
It's one of my favorite songs. So let me just go to what Adam sent here.
This was just another thing that someone sent me today.
Are you talking about the Marianne Hall thing?
Yes.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Because people had wondered whether if he was still going to class.
Hey, am I there? Can you see me? Or wait, what's this? No, what just played there?
Thank you, Crime Sleuthin.
Oh. Thank you, Crime Sleuthin. What just played there, though? What did Crime Sleuthin? Let's see. I have to run, but a great live. Take care and Happy New Year. Happy New Year as well. And don't forget that tomorrow night we'll be doing a New Year's here. My twin will be on. Adam's going to be out partying. Callie's going to be on. Possibly Alexa.
I'm going to try to join at some point.
Yeah, whoever else wants to join, feel free. It's just a party. We're going to munchy, drinky, talk things, whatever. Talk about whatever. It's just, you know what? It's just a YOLO live New Year's. So for all you lonely people out there in the world, well, this is a place for you tomorrow. If you have nobody, tomorrow night, 6:30 Pacific and 9:30.
Or if your people are boring.
Or if you're boring, yeah. If your people are boring, ditch them and then come watch here, eh?
Right. Yeah. Like I might just like pop in while I'm at my New Year's party and just be like, hey.
Yeah, right. And then all of a sudden Adam pops up. Yeah. And then your friend's gonna be like, wait, I thought you said you left because you weren't feeling well.
I'll just go up to their guest room.
Yeah. Okay, so this is what Adam had sent there. Janice, whatever.
But a reporter from KHQ said that he had been in class after the deaths. Because I know that's been speculated on today.
Yeah. And just to kind of recap here a little bit. Okay, so this is where his parents lived. This is the area that he was arrested in. Was it Scranton? Scranton what? Scranton,
Pennsylvania.
It is in Pennsylvania, right? I had a brain fart there. Okay, I think I got lost. I'm too busy thinking about your Lindor chocolates. Adam should check in periodically so we can see how inebriated he gets through the night. Don't worry, we'll be so inebriated ourselves, Dee, we won't care. To be honest with you, Sonny, you should have a crime ball that drops at Christmas. Okay, you make it and I'll show it, Deb. We need. Yeah, too bad we didn't have one of those what's that little beating stick thing with that ball, pinata thing, yeah, and it was be full of Lindor chocolates. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I have to go to the washroom. I think it's just been all this drinking, and all that stuff. So Adam, you're gonna let me go to the little missy room, and
All right.
I'm gonna be right back if
Well,
you don't mind.
do you want to put up on screen really quickly the two things that I just sent you, or the first one about the Elantra, and then I can talk about it.
Yeah, this is okay.
Yeah, and again, Nancy, exactly. No one should blame his family. We don't know anything about them. I was just posting the thing about Uvalde that his sister had posted, but no one in his that as far as we know, they're all victims in this as well.
Let's put up this one, Adam. I'll bring them both in, but okay, I really got both of them. Okay, but you know what? Do you want me to put up the DNA one first, or the Honda, or the Elantra? Which one?
Either one.
Okay, let's do the DNA one.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll be right back. And
okay. So this was just a post that I saw earlier today from. It said that his DNA has been matched, genetic material recovered at the off-campus house where the students were stabbed to death. And in my opinion, that is probably actually the thing that they were waiting on to make the arrest. I think they had a lot of the information previously, early on in the investigation, but they were waiting for this forensics to come back. And then when they realized that when they got his DNA from inside the house, and again, as far as we know, his only infraction that had been attributed to him in the past was a seatbelt violation, which means they would logically not have his DNA on file. And so that might be where some of the genetic, the familial DNA thing is coming from. But once they got this link, that might have been the nail in the coffin, so to speak, for him. Nancy, I've not heard about the Kia Forte. I keep hearing that they recovered Officer James Fry even said they recovered a Hyundai Elantra. He didn't give any more detail about it.
Adam, his dad had the Kia. It was his dad.
Okay, his dad had a Kia.
Yeah.
So but we did hear the Chief James Fry say they recovered a Hyundai Elantra, and he wouldn't go into more detail about that. But to me, that speaks volumes. So I think it's safe to say that they have the Elantra, and that might have been what tipped them off to him originally. And then I think that then once they got the DNA forensics back, I think that's what made them definitely go into the arrest. Rose says, did he probably cut himself during the crime? And you know what? That can be speculated on. Because we know we've talked endlessly about how difficult it would be physicality wise to commit a crime like this and not injure yourself. So it could be very possible. We don't know what DNA of his they may have. And I heard that. I heard that Bryan was asked to leave the property by the dad.
Oh,
I
really?
I saw a little video of that earlier, and I was like, oh. Which I was like, how did Bryan get all the way from there to there?
Good old Bryan. That's funny.
I know. Next time Jonathan Rich will be in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Oh yeah, right. Huh. I know. I couldn't help but discuss him a little bit earlier. Oh, just because he's the one. Yeah, just a little. Well, yeah, a little bit. I didn't show any videos or anything, but
it is interesting. It's like, not to take a right turn on any of this conversation, but one thing I couldn't help myself, even though I came in late tonight to into what everyone else had been going over all day, is I kept thinking to myself, if I was comparing, I can't help but compare some of this to Delphi. And I look at, I'm like, if law enforcement had acted on the Richard Allen information in Delphi, 49 days into that investigation, how different the lives of all of those families would have been for the last 5.5 years. So,
yeah, absolutely. And
I personally have criticized the way that the Moscow police were releasing information and putting stuff out there. And I have to commend them, because this to me was an example of holding cards close to your chest for a legitimate, purposeful reason. And they did have more knowledge than we did. We said on this live Wednesday night, I believe it was, that someone asked me if, I said, if I had to be asked today, I think this is someone whose name we don't know yet. I don't think it's, because I originally thought it was the white hoodie guy, and I'm not one to normally think of suspects, but I said, I think at this point, I think it's someone we don't know, and I think that it's true that we know 5% of what the police know, and I think that we need to trust them at this point. And I wish that I trusted them all along, because they clearly were on this track.
Yeah, I never put that much thought into it that way. Like I never, you know what, in this particular case, I never doubted what they were doing, because I think that this person, unlike Delphi, but I just felt like there was just no way that somebody did this. They're looking for an Elantra. There's no way that someone's going to escape getting known for whoever has that Elantra. There's just too many people out there that would be turning that Elantra in, or turning in the Elantras around. This was national, very fast. Everyone's on it. I never even actually thought of that aspect of it, to be honest with you. But then again, I didn't exactly have a POI either. I was just listening to really the facts of the case the whole time, and then just looking at the cars. I was just looking at, but I wasn't. I never had, I know a lot of people talked about the hoodie guy, but that's because too, that you knew about this case, or you were paying attention to this case. I've seen the case when it first came out, but I wasn't overly paying attention to it. I was, but just knowing that it was out there, whereas you were deep diving into it, whereas I hadn't been. So when you guys were going on about all these jacks and stuff like that at first, well, once I started reading and listening to some of the articles and stuff like that, then I started going, oh, okay, so this is Jack and this is the rooms, and so it took me a little bit to catch up there. So I never did have this little focus of who it was. I just felt like that it was probably somebody that was either stalking them, that was watching them, or a revenge thing of a guy being turned down or something like that, that maybe they didn't possibly know that well, but he knew them, which I think this might be the case, but we don't know. We'll see how it comes to fruition, how much Kaylee or Maddie, or even Ethan and that did know this. Yeah. I'm not going to say gentleman, because he's not a gentleman. This killer or suspected killer. Yeah. Bryan supposedly asked if they made any other arrests. Yeah.
We know they have not as of now, but
I don't think that there is. I feel like there's not going to be. I think that this is the guy. I feel like this is the guy. And like I said, we showed a video earlier in the live.
Right. And even if he did ask that when he was arrested, that could, I mean, he knows criminology. He was studying criminal law. Yeah. So I mean that could have been a very strategic thing for him to ask.
I think so.
In order to raise that question when it comes to his defense.
Absolutely. I think that was a mind game that he was playing. Game.
I think this person thinks he's smarter than everyone else. And I think that he thinks that he, because of the knowledge he had, could get away with this. and clearly he was wrong.
Yeah, right? Like, so wrong. Like, this guy's going to be found out that it's so wrong. I mean,
just like most weak little cowards are.
Yeah. I mean, that's the joke of it. Is like these people, these killers and that get notoriety. Like, or they're it's like they're self-inflated egos. And perhaps Jennifer, if he committed these murders, because somebody had said that earlier today as well, on his own, based on the standing profile, he may have chosen the victims and MO to purposely stand out, to create fear and name for himself. I mean, obviously he was following them.
Right.
Like, who knows if that's the actual reason, but it's usually like these self-inflated egos that they build, like, and really they're just nothing but pieces of shit.
They're little tiny men. And Deb's correct. The comment he made, it could have meant nothing other than that he has studied and has been fascinated with other serial killers, and the Green River Killer is someone from the Northwest who was a prolific serial killer in the exact same area in Oregon, Washington State. And he could have had a fascination with him as well. Typically, these copycat type, not copycats, but when they're inspired by some of
I call them copycats, really. But that's what really.
I mean, that's probably, if not one of the most prolific regional serial killers from that area ever. In Drac, they always said the driver or the driver or the occupant or the occupants. So they definitely left it open to interpretation as to whether there were more than one, but they never came out and said that there were multiple people in the car.
Right. I think that at the time they just didn't know, and they're just kind of basically saying occupant or occupants, and I'm going to think it was just him. I think that
I don't.
He was planned, calculated, and that he knew these girls.
And I think his alluding to any other. I think his alluding to any other person being involved is just a cat and mouse game with law enforcement.
Yeah. That's how I felt. That's how I felt myself, Adam. I just felt like, at first I was like,
last little attempt to F with them.
Right. And he's probably going to F with them, try to F with them some more, to be honest with you.
Oh, I'm sure.
But I just felt, because there was a couple names floating around this morning, that it was more of a possibility at first to me, because there was the name Jason that was said first, and then
we had the same thing happen with Delphi. There were other names that were being tossed around before Richard Allen's that morning.
Yeah.
Remember?
Yeah. And so, yeah. I mean,
I don't think anyone turned him in. I think they had the Elantra information from the get-go. I think they had the license plate, and I think they needed the forensic DNA evidence to be, because the Elantra is nothing more than circumstantial. But if you get forensic DNA evidence that ties him inside that house to the bodies of the victims, that's, to me, the silver bullet that they needed. Mm-hmm. And I think that's once they got that information back, they were able to zero in on this, and over the last several days probably gather whatever information they needed to connect it.
I mean, James Fry made mention that once they released to ask about the Elantra, and he said like tips just came pouring in. So I wouldn't be as surprised though if it was the tip for the Elantra when they asked for it, because the way I took it when he said that was almost like, as soon as they asked the public for help for the Elantra, because they wouldn't have asked for help for the Elantra if they didn't need it. So I think that as soon as those tips came in within a very short period of time, they knew exactly who that Elantra belonged to, and then the DNA, that they have as well, because now they could tie it to who that person was, because was he in the system already? Yeah. Or no?
The only infraction I'd seen that he had was a seatbelt violation, so nothing that would have had him in the system. I know there's some people saying that it was familial DNA that tied him, and who knows? I think whatever it is, I think they got the DNA, and that's what was able to connect him to him. I do think he's gamey, like Drax said, and so I think he's going to throw everything at the wall to see what sticks, because he wants to think he's still smarter than law enforcement, and he wants to still f with them. In my opinion, I think that what was I going to say? I mean, I think we have like a narcissist that thinks they're smarter than everyone, and there's nothing worse than a narcissist that then has a little bit of actual like education and knowledge behind them, because it adds even more to their narcissism.
Yeah, they did say the occupants. I mean, they did say it like that the occupants of the launcher probably have important information for us. But I can't remember if they said, I mean, if they did say occupant and occupants in the same sentence, or if
they also,
Fry
also today during the press conference said that, there were several things that they did or did not say because they didn't want to tip him off.
Right. So they could have just been saying that for the sake of saying occupants.
They might wanted to have, because you always want to play into this person's narcissism. You always want them to think that they are the smartest person in the room. Because as long as they think they're the smartest person in the room, they're going to continue making mistakes. They're going to continue talking. And the worst thing a narcissist can do is continue to talk. Because that's when they can't help but incriminate themselves. And so, I mean, just that little fact that if they said occupants, that could have made him think, oh, they don't know.
And I think about, too, Barry Morphew is definitely a narcissistic personality. And, with Barry Morphew, he would ever only open up his mouth when it came to defending himself. Like, meaning it was like...
their pride.
Yeah, exactly. So instead of talking about his wife, Suzanne, like most people would do, it's like, the one time he would really speak to the news wasn't to say, oh, how much I love my wife and this and that. It was always just a defense mechanism, like, oh, like you're talking about me. So, I'll answer back to that, but I'm not going to sit here and talk about my beautiful wife that's missing and da-da-da. To me, Barry Morphew is a clear narcissistic personality as well. Egotistical, self-absorbed, thinks he's all that, the cat's butt. Again, thought he could plan the perfect, murder for Suzanne. He had the hunting skills. He had, like I said, the podcast to use, the different things that he, now in saying so, I mean, he obviously did a better job so far because, like, I mean, AK kind of came in here the other day to say that they believe that she's somewhere, but that the LE needs to go to the spot or whatever. But when you live in like a desert type area like Colorado, and the same thing with Dylan Rounds, where there's just so much space, and it's going to be very hard to find a body, especially if that body has been maybe chipped away through a wood chipper, or different things, and they're disposed of, or however, whatever happened with poor Suzanne and with poor Dylan Rounds and stuff like that. All these people that, like I said, think that they're just so narcissistic and so full of themselves, but that's usually what comes to bite them in the ass. And even Chris Watts, just the way he smiled when that cop was talking, like Chris Watts to me was like the worst actor ever, as he's trying to make it seem like he, yeah, I just wanted to come home. I felt like Chris Watts and Barry Morphew were very similar, in a lot of ways like this. Oh, Suzanne, we just miss you. Hold on, tear. So bad, and so I don't know if they recognize it themselves what bad actors that they truly are. Um, at least to people that are very have the intuitiveness about them when they're watching people, and just because we all know that normal people act a certain way, you know, and normal people that when somebody's been, especially their wife or whatever, or their husband, they act a certain way. There's kind of like that, that real concern for them, but instead narcissists always turn it to make it about themselves, you know.
Right.
But anyway, it's just, yeah, it's like, I don't know. They just all like read a book of, you know, how can I commit murder and get away with it? And yet you have this criminology major, um, and so much more. And he's asking, doing survey stuff and all this stuff, and it is mind blowing, But obviously, this probably gave him a big erection to, be in this. You know what I mean? Like, again, someone that used this career, but in a very obviously bad way.
Right.
I'm just glad that he's caught, but it's like that. It's just kind of like that. Like there's no joy in it still, because yeah, you're caught, but these four people, um,
Right. It's not going to bring them back.
yeah, it's like a hollow victory, but at least they have him, under
Right.
arrest and
And
basically.
now is he going to play games with them and make them extradite him, or is he going to voluntarily, accept extradition and go to Idaho? Because that could end up creating, days and days more headache into them getting him there.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the knife that he did use.
And they're still looking for the knife.
Yeah, because there was this I showed earlier too. Kelly Aaron had sent me this because I got. Go ahead.
Because we know that James Fry had said during the press conference that they are still looking for the knife.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, maybe at some point, somebody's going to come across it. Maybe he'll say where it is. Who knows? I mean,
I've heard that he's asked for a public defender. So, but I think this guy is the kind of guy that thinks he's smarter than everyone, and he's going to play games all the way along, like Miss Kohberer said.
Well, until maybe like Chris Watts' dad comes in, his dad's, and then he fesses up.
But then Chris Watts still to this day is playing games.
Yeah,
like Scott Peterson to this day is playing games.
I know, as if people are stupid.
You get a true narcissist, they can't let it go. They still think they're the smartest one in the room.
Right, exactly. And it's kind of like even like Casey Anthony chick, just so full of it. She's so full of it. It's just sickening to watch anything that comes out of her mouth,
Or Anthony Garino. Even. I'm not going to not to put him in the same playbook as those people, but he is someone that thinks he's smarter than everyone else in the room.
Yeah. Sorry. I was just going to give me a second here. I want to go to my history for a second.
Yeah, spree killer. It was 11. It was 11:37.
11:37.
I think it was 11:37, or was it 12:37? But yeah, and the hammer hands one, yeah.
Just 1 second here.
Oh, Delphi, don't even say that name, because that to me might be a yeah. That was a circus of a trial, so I don't want it to be that. But
which one?
these poor Daryl Brooks, I don't want families to have to endure that.
Okay, a second. On there. Whoops.
Miss Doglover, I don't know if trials are televised in Idaho. I do. Does Idaho have the death penalty? I believe they do.
Okay, my mouse. Come on, mouse.
I guess I can look it up.
I wanted to. 1 second.
Yes, Idaho does have the death penalty. I feel so cool now that I have this whole other like giant monitor here I can look at stuff on. Oh, what did I hit? God.
New body cam.
It's all 5 we can arrange. Yeah, I think judging by the amount of people that have hunting license and things there, yeah, I think it'll be just fine. Televised. Let's see if Idaho has cameras. Sunny, did you unmute it on me?
Pardon?
Oh, I just said, did you go?
Yeah, I was just looking. I was just looking for something. That was all.
Oh.
What's that?
So does Idaho not have cameras in courtrooms? I know that Idaho judge banned cameras in the court during the Lori Vallow case in Idaho. So that was in September 23rd, 2022. So apparently they have cameras, but they can accept or deny whether they're used. Just judging by what I'm looking at right here. Because like I said, they've been denied to be used in the Lori Vallow case.
Yeah.
And the Daybell. So I guess it is it's up to the judge's discretion. So yeah. And they said more than not, cameras are denied in Idaho courtrooms. So although I mean I think it could be argued that this case is 10 times more gotten more attention than even Lori Vallow's case got in the short amount of time it's been happening.
Yeah. Do you think he's going to plead insanity? I mean,
no.
That's a very hard one. I always hear.
I still think that this guy's he's going to play games all the way through.
Yeah.
That's my speculation.
Yeah. And then his butt's going to get handed to him on a silver platter. And then he can talk all day long about feelings.
Right. Oh, see, Copper Horse is ahead of me. I should have just let Copper Horse, because I know Copper Horse is going to be correct. Yeah, so Copper Horse had the information before I did.
What the presiding judge maintains the right to limit audio
about it.
visual.
Yeah, being up to the judge.
Yeah. Was that Alexa? Alexa, I got you a drink. Hey, Lisa. Hey, Alexa.
Yeah.
Alexa, did your relatives show up?
So, and again, you know, we are going to focus a little bit more coming up on the case in North Carolina with the missing little girl, Madalena Kojikari. So, if anyone hasn't seen my little short that I put out on that last night, you can look at it on my channel.
Right, and I think
I know there was a search warrant issued today on the family's house in North Carolina. Not to switch cases really quick, but
no, that's fine. We can, let's see. He can plead sanity, took off the Pennsylvania insane, and do to make the type of decisions. Yeah. He can plead sanity. Or he can't plead sanity or insanity. And he took off to right. Pennsylvania people insane, don't do right. Yeah. Given what seems to be surprise interest in psychology and criminal science, if previous stories in early life are true, he may well be an idolizer of factual and fictional killers.
Yeah, we had talked about that a little bit ago, Jennifer. So yeah, very good point.
Oh, she's Alexa. See, you should have just booted them out the door and then come on here so we could aggravate you. Or you could have been talking about this case with us all day. This too shall pass. Take a deep breath.
Okay, thank you, Steph. Cannot plead insanity there. Thank you.
Yeah. Idaho, Montana, Kansas, and Utah have
abolished. Thank you, Copper Horse.
Defense completely. There you go. Copper Horse just on it, you know. I want to state again. Copper Horse is an amazing person that does amazing things.
Oh, yeah. Miss Dog Lover wants to call in for New Year's Eve. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Wait, I won't even. I'm like, yeah, sure. I won't be here. So I'm like, Sonny, I'll let you call
in. For a fee.
Let's see.
Of course. Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho.
Miss Dog Lover Super Chat. £1.79. Thank you. On my own for NISO, we'll call in if that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Miss Dog Lover, you ever look at your Visa or whatever you use and go, oh, wow. Because I know you just don't support this channel. I know you do it in others as well on there. And then you just go, ooh, how much did I spend this month? It's so easy just to sometimes hit those things, isn't it? But thank you very much, Miss Dog Lover. And of course you can.
Here's something else. I need something that I got.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know this is going off topic a little bit, but only because I got it ready. So I just want to say, I'm just going to play this for you now. Okay.
I say you, sorry.
Yeah, I'll come back to that one. But, and Copper Horse, like I said, you know, you probably have know the same, but I do want to, I don't care. I'm going to show this because, the less people that watch people like this, the better you are for it.
How are you gonna show? Okay, that.
Yeah, I just okay. I'm just gonna show you a piece of this one first. Okay. So this is Jonathan Lee Riches Investigates. Now, to me, he was like a Greeno, and I actually thought Greeno was worse, but to me, Greeno's a peach, to be honest with you. So I'm just gonna play this for a sec. Just a little bit. He's talking about Ashley
against Rebecca. I'm just wondering if she's making the wild claims because she's trying to make money. She's on TikTok. I'm sure she's monetized. I don't know how the monetization works on TikTok, but being controversial sells, right? So she's been saying a lot about Rebecca. Look at this apartment. This is where she was living at before she got evicted. Check it out.
I mean, the apartments are nice. Look at this. The Metro Green
fast forward a little.
Actually lives somewhere in Texas, believably Houston. It's been reported. Ashley's originally from Chicago. She wrote some books. She lived in Atlanta at one point. But why if Ashley is out of state. Why did Rebecca not sue Ashley in the state that Ashley's from? And I'm curious about that, because I think Ashley, all she has to do is respond to Rebecca's lawsuit and say, you don't have jurisdiction over me. And I think this lawsuit could get, dismissed. I don't know if it will have merit. I don't know the reason why Rebecca actually filed the lawsuit. It might be more symbolic reasons or whatnot. I'm not sure if she's going to get any money out of Ashley, but she sued her in Idaho. And it's just like if I had an issue with you guys, any one of you guys, and you guys were saying and writing things about me in your other state, I would think I would have to sue you in the state that you're from, not sue you in the state that I'm in, which is Florida. You can't just sue somebody if someone's in another state and they're saying stuff about you in another state. I don't think you can successfully, you can sue anyone for anyone, by the way, but I don't think you can successfully sue someone. I don't think I can successfully sue somebody from, that's saying stuff. If somebody was saying something.
Okay. So he's acting all like, I don't know if you could sue someone from there in another state. Hold that thought, Jonathan, for a sec, because we're going to now we're going to watch this important clip. And
James man may be in big trouble for tampering with mail belonging to James Holmes. We found him bragging about it online, and we asked the feds about it. They suspect fraud and confirm they're investigating where the suspect's mail may be going now. Reported James Holmes had ammunition and tactical gear sent to his apartment in Aurora. But now someone else hundreds of miles away may be getting his mail. That's this man, who was just released from federal prison in April after serving 10 years for wire fraud. His name is Jonathan Lee Riches. He's notorious for filing thousands of bogus lawsuits against celebrities, and he may have filed bogus motions in the Holmes case too. This week, we noticed Riches posted this Facebook photo of a magazine addressed to Holmes. The yellow mail forwarding sticker shows an address in Pennsylvania where Riches lives. We contacted postal inspectors about it. They checked it out and told 9 Wants to Know they think the stickers are real. There is now a criminal investigation. Denver-based postal inspector Pamela Durkee said in a statement, a change of address for Holmes had been filed that may be fraudulent. Upon hearing this, we immediately notified the Postal Service and the forwarding order was canceled. In the meantime, Riches has been posting some very odd YouTube videos about James Holmes and appears to be quite obsessed with the suspect. He was even acknowledged by the Guinness World Book of Records for filing the world's most lawsuits. After that, Riches sued Guinness. They have no idea yet, at least the feds have no idea yet, on when or how long Holmes's mail has been forwarded, but the date on this magazine that was posted on Facebook is August 21st. Either this guy is a prankster or he is actually forwarding this mail here. Either way, he's got the attention of the feds.
About me in California. I don't think I could successfully sue them here in Florida and make them come here to Florida to answer the suit. I don't think it works that way. So curious of why that lawsuit was filed against him.
He's a joke.
So
I mean, I think I want to see him hiding in some bushes wearing a media hat.
Yeah. And feel free to come sue me, Jonathan, in Canada here. That little Lucian, talk about that little Lucian tonight. Well, this guy.
To be fair, it'd be easier for him to sue me. I'm in the United States.
Oh,
I own a business. So it's easy to find me publicly.
I knew he was a greener.
Wait.
All you have to do is just Google him. But I wanted you guys to be aware, because that's what I call writing off people's desks. Conning people, posting videos every couple hours. Granted, great job that you're trying to make a legit business by conning people. through the YouTube way, monetization and stuff like that. And literally, you're just a con man that's trying to reap off of these murders. And so, great. How did you get your money to go there, right? But like I said, so 4 months, 31K subscribers, and like I said, this is one of those things that as soon as I Googled him, again, he's filed over 2,100 lawsuits. He made it to the Guinness Book of World Records, people, right?
And then he sued them.
And then he had the nerve to sue them. Like, it's just ridiculous. I don't know if I closed it off. I think I might have closed it off. But all you have to do is literally Google the dude. And I think I closed it off, darn it. Anyways, all you have to do is Google. You'll see all his money-making ways and, stuff like that. And so I just feel like when it's somebody like that, like Joseph Morris, who tried to deceive people, tried to deceive people, there's a difference there. There's a huge difference. Monetize all you want, do your thing and stuff like that. But you know what, Con? I'm going to call you out because you're acting literally like, I don't know if that person can be successful. I don't even know if you can do that. Really, says the 2,100 plus Mr. Guinness Book of World Records lawsuit. You don't know. Yeah, okay. So I don't know who you're trying to fool here, but you're definitely not pulling one over on me. Because again, all you have to do is just Google it, and instantly that video would come up, and a bunch of other ones as well. Yeah. So I'm just making you aware. You guys can go watch him and whatever all you want still, if you so deem. But I cannot handle, watching people that, to me, that is what you call the bottom of the earth bottom feeder for using the deaths and then acting all concerned, and that's a con. And the thing was is that actually Greeno was a worse con, because Greeno, he just oozed more, diarrhea coming out of his mouth. I think that they're both have that same look. Remember I said to you that he looks like Greeno in that picture? And then I thought to myself, dude, you actually make Greeno look nominal, to be honest with you.
Right. And I did find that side by side of Ted Bundy and Bryan.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, was there a side by side?
So I sent you four. I've sent you four things. So the most recent one I sent you on Messenger was a side by side, and then the other one is the picture of them retrieving the laptop from Bryan's apartment, and then there was apparently his aunt was on Banfield tonight, and then the last thing was a CNN article that I found very interesting.
Oh, his aunt was on CNN?
Banfield tonight, and then the last thing was a CNN article.
But you're saying Jonathan? Jonathan.
No, I'm talking about Bryan. I'm talking about Bryan.
Bryan. Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
So that is the side by side of Ted Bundy and
that's crazy.
This guy.
Springtime.
Yeah, that's unsettling. They do look a lot alike, other than the chin.
You know what? Bloke's not gonna like this, but I could literally show you a side by side of Bloke and Robert Lindsay, and they look like the epitome of each other. When Robert Lindsay was younger, I could literally do the same thing, and I was like, oh my god! Like when people look alike like this, like what we're looking at here, it's just eerie. It's just eerie. Mm-hmm. They have the same beady eyes, that same little distance between their nose. That, besides the fact that his nose is broken, right? They pretty much, even the lips look so much alike. The neck.
Yeah, the chin is different, but
but it's not. But as a whole,
Carrie, the screen is black.
It's very eerie.
Carrie, refresh your screen because the screen's not black on mine.
Yeah, it's not black here either.
Then the next thing was the picture that I sent you of the women that are putting. Apparently, that is them retrieving a laptop from Bryan's apartment in Washington tonight.
Okay. Wait, did I close off the remote? Oh no, okay. Let me just which one?
You'll see a picture of two women. One's wearing a state police.
Oh, I think it's this one that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh,
So this,
okay. And
that
what
is
is
a
this
picture of them. That's them retrieving a laptop as evidence from Bryan's apartment in Washington tonight.
Oh, okay.
And I was just sent that like 5 minutes ago.
Okay.
But that's from them retrieving it from his apartment in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was the interview that I have not yet watched with Idaho murderer, what suspect's aunt told this reporter on Banfield.
Hi, Alexa. Hold on. Let me just adjust his nose with my fist. Mm-hmm. Ozzy, why does psychics need to see this picture? I'm just don't know what she'd been saying she thought he was trying to imitate Bundy.
No, yeah, I've said that. I mean, I feel like I've never watched Psychic Sleuth, but I have felt like there's been an emulation of Bundy all along throughout this.
Yeah.
And not just Bundy, but other, like Deb said, with his statement after his arrest, the Green River Killer, who in that area is a prolific serial killer. And clearly, if you're in criminology and you're studying, you're going to have an interest in the behavioral aspects of these types of killers.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Deb. You and I have talked about that.
Yeah, copycat. Yeah.
And I don't even know if it's supposed to be so much copycat as it is because a narcissist doesn't want to copycat sometimes. A narcissist will emulate, but they almost want to perfect.
Right. Gotcha. Here, let me play this, Adam. That one of the things that you sent me. Yeah, let's.
And I've not watched this. I just someone just sent me this.
Yeah. So we'll play that, and then I think there's another one too.
For the New York Post, and she's live with me now. Dana, you were able to speak with the aunt of this suspect, of Bryan Christopher Kohberer, today. What did welcome, and what did the aunt tell you?
I've actually spoke to two of them, and they were both married to brothers of Michael Kohberer, that's the murder suspect's father. And the one aunt that I spoke to, who a lot of them are in the Las Vegas area, and she said the last time she saw Bryan and his father Michael was about 4 years ago at a funeral out in the Nevada area. And she said that Bryan's affect in general, it wasn't as if he came off, of course, as somebody seemingly outwardly crazy, but she said she noticed that he had a really weird food fetish. And she said it went beyond being vegan. He required his aunt and uncle to buy brand new pots and pans for him to eat out of because he refused to eat from anything that had meat ever cooked in it. And she said it seemed to be an OCD type of situation. She said otherwise he didn't seem that odd, but I spoke to another aunt by marriage who said that the murder suspect's father, Michael, came from a fairly big family that she said lived very close to the edge. They didn't pay a lot of attention to rules. They were a little bit wild. A couple of the uncles of the murder suspect, she said, served time in jail, but for very minor offenses like gambling or things like that. But I got this sense from both these aunts that the family was pretty odd. And the father's family originally comes from Brooklyn. They later all migrated out to Vegas. And Bryan's father, Michael, is the one that was kind of estranged from the rest of his siblings. And I also heard that he could be kind of difficult with his siblings. And I'm talking now again about the murder suspect's father.
Were they surprised? I mean, these anecdotes are remarkable, but what about their affectation? Were they shocked, dismayed, upset, not surprised? Like, how do they feel about the fact that the person the entire country has been looking for ended up being their family member? Like, how surprised were they about this news that he's the suspect?
not as surprised as you would think. The one aunt, the one that saw him a few years ago and not talked about his food fetish, said she just heard about it. But she was incredibly calm. She is no longer married to the brother, so perhaps the fact that they're not specifically legally in the family anymore gives them some detachment. The other aunt, I'm the one that broke the news to her, and she was completely matter of fact and calm about the whole thing. They didn't want their names used, which is understandable. But no, I mean, I think if it were anyone I'd known, even if it wasn't a relative, I'd be shocked to my core. They did not seem to be that way to me.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And
okay, so and then there's another one.
Yeah, and just really quickly, Dee Dee, so that was a request. I was curious about that as well, why they halted the cleanup today that they were doing of the crime scene.
Yeah.
And there was a request made. All that we know is there was a request made from the court. So we don't know if it was the prosecution, the defense. I'm assuming prosecution, but all we know is it was a request from the court.
I think that was, I think that's when James Fry talked about it in the press conference.
He did, yes.
Yeah, when he answered somebody, that was it. And they said, because we showed a video, Bryan Enton showing the people getting it all ready and going inside. And then next thing you know, I'm just like, wait, it's halted? But we're just watching it. Like, oh, okay. I don't actually think that this case is that strange myself, to be honest with you. Meaning I consider strange myself. Hey?
I agree with you, Sonny.
Yeah. I
think I think it's kind of a textbook case of maniacal behavior.
Valo case, that's strange. Delphi case, that's more strange. But the Valo
Jennifer,
case,
even the vegan thing to me doesn't necessarily mean. I mean, because I'll be honest, I personally don't like to eat. I'm vegetarian, and I don't like to eat things that are cooked out of the same pans as meat has been. And to me, that has nothing to do with religious anything. I just don't want the cross contamination. But then again, maybe I'm weird.
Oh, okay. So wait. So, do you do the same thing?
I mean, I'm not to the point where I refuse to, because I mean, you can't eat at a restaurant and assume that. But I know that when my ex and I, because my ex was a meat eater and I'm a vegetarian, we had separate pots and pans because I didn't want to eat out of the cookware that he would make meat out of.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. And I understand that, I guess. I do understand that. Thank you, Tia Potts, for subscribing. Strict vegan, why doesn't he butcher?
And it might be. Everyone has different reasons for things. Mine is not the animal reason so much as it's just that I've been a vegetarian for so long I don't want to get sick.
Right.
And I mean, I can't even eat French fries if they're cooked in the same grease as meat because it'll make me sick.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, so I understand. I understand that. I don't really think about that because obviously now vegan. No one's really vegan. Well, Paige was an on and off again vegan. Does that count? But I understand that for sure.
Right. I mean, I've been a vegetarian for 27 years. Yeah. So, and for me, it's not even necessarily the fundamental part of it. It's just that when you don't have things that contain meat, like your body doesn't have the enzymes to break them down anymore. And so even if I were to eat a soup that had beef broth in it or chicken broth, it would make me really sick.
So what happens when you go to a restaurant?
You have to be a little, you have to ask. I mean, if I'm going to eat a soup, Panera, or Panera, for example, I can't eat their cheesy broccoli soup because it has chicken stock in it. And if I do, it'll just make me sick. And it's just because my body doesn't have the enzymes to break it down.
Okay.
So, and it's not that I'm some crazy fundamentalist that needs doesn't believe that wants to protect animal rights. It's just that I don't want to get sick.
Yeah, exactly. And hey, peace. And Alexa, we know that he was friends on Instagram with Maddie and Kaylee, but he didn't have a Facebook. That girl said he didn't have a Facebook. The one
Deb, they do. Panera has, a lot of people, like Panera is very good about they label all of their soups that are vegetarian or vegan.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's just quickly watch this one as well.
Okay, real quick before we do that, Miracle Hearts. That to me is a suicide vest.
Yeah.
Some people have speculated it's a bulletproof vest or whatever, but to me it's a suicide. It's not suicide vest. It's a suicide something, and it has a purpose.
Yeah, as soon as I seen that vest, it reminded me of. I don't even know, but it reminded me of like us, what you're saying, like a suicide vest or whatever.
Right. And Lisa, all of the Instagram bios, everything that we're seeing social media wise, none of it's confirmed because there are a lot of fake ones going around out there. And I've been told that he didn't have any social media. So we're just showing the ones that we've been allegedly shown.
Yeah. I think he did because I think that it was too soon for everyone to start creating something as early as
I got sent like 5.
Right. So maybe some were made like after the fact though. I don't know. I don't know, to be honest with you. Again, I just take certain things with a grain of salt, and the rest will come out again like anything in time. And I'm sure a lot more sleuthing will happen during that time as well. But are his hands wrapped in it?
And I believe they could be at the bottom.
It doesn't show it here, just that. But here, let me play this for you guys quickly.
A call to the public. Authorities in need of any information regarding Bryan Kohberer.
We still ask is for people to continually send us things in the tip line.
His DNA and white Hyundai Elantra linking him to the case, according to 2 law enforcement sources briefed on the investigation. But more evidence is needed for a successful prosecution.
We are still looking for more information. We're still trying to build that picture, just like we have stated all along. We're putting all the pieces together, and that will help.
Bryan Kohberer.
The 28-year-old graduated in May from DeSales University in Pennsylvania with a master's in criminal justice.
It's someone who has been delving into the innermost sanctums of criminal thinking, who is now accused of a particularly horrific crime.
In Reddit post, removed after the arrest was made public, a student investigator named Bryan Kohberer sought participation in a research project associated with the DeSales University study. It was to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. The post said the study sought to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. Most recently, he was a graduate student at Washington State University's Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology.
I'm not at all surprised, although really disheartened to find out that this suspect is a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. From the outset, we had to understand that this was an organized killer.
He was studying and living in Pullman, Washington, just a few miles from the crime scene. Police searched his university residence Friday morning.
This is a smart guy who's obsessed with crime.
He was arrested early Friday morning, giving law enforcement a clear focus for their investigation.
This is not an ending, but rather a new beginning.
Camila Bernal joins us now. So Camila, Washington State University also released a statement tonight. What did they say?
Well, Pam, the chancellor of the university saying they are shaken, that the entire region is shaken by this crime, saying they will long feel the loss for these students and added that she hopes this will be the beginning of a healing process. Now, in terms of the investigation, the university confirming that they helped, in terms of the university police, execute the search warrant. There were two of them, one to his apartment, the other to his office. They were both on campus, with the university saying that they will continue to assist law enforcement in any way possible. And then finally, Pam, confirming that just this month, the suspect finished his first semester. He was a PhD student in the criminal justice program. And again, he finished that semester just this month, Pam.
So I can only imagine what books he's going to be reading.
Right. And, what I found very interesting, Sunny, is that I know you played the clip from CNN.
Yeah.
But do you mind if I read the article that accompanying it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because that's the one from the article I sent you, right?
Which one? Oh, okay.
The CNN one.
Oh, okay.
So the article that the title was "What We Know About the Suspect Arrested in the Connection with the Idaho College Student Killings." It says the man arrested in connection with the killings of 4 University of Idaho students who were found stabbed to death in November attended a nearby university and lived just miles away from where the victims were found. Bryan Christopher Kohberer, 28, was arrested in Monroe County, Pennsylvania on Friday on an active arrest warrant on first-degree murder charges issued by Moscow, Idaho Police Department and Latau County Prosecutor's Office, according to the criminal complaints. Sorry, my mic went down. The 4 slain students, Kaylee Concalvis, 21, Madison Mogan, 21, Zana Kernodle, 20, and Kernodle's boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, 20, reached stabbed multiple times in the early mornings of November 13th at an off-campus house in the small college town of Moscow. Kohberger is a graduate student of Washington State University Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology, according to a now removed university graduate directory, which was seen by CNN earlier on Friday. In a Friday evening statement, the university confirmed Kohberger finished his first semester as a PhD student in the school's criminal justice program earlier in December. University police assisted authorities in executing search warrants at his office and apartment, both which were located on the school's Pullman campus, the statement added. A CNN team earlier had filmed law enforcement agencies outside of a WSU graduate residence at Pullman that authorities said was connected to Kohberger. Pullman is about a 15-minute drive, 14, from what I looked up, from Moscow, where the killing took place. A Reddit post asking about criminal offenses. Kohberger was previously an undergraduate and graduate student at DeSales University, according to the statement on the school's website. DeSales is a Catholic university in Pennsylvania, according to its official Facebook page. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in 2020 and earlier this year completed his graduate studies for the Master's of Arts in Criminal Justice program, according to a university spokesperson. In a post that was removed from Reddit after the arrest was made public, a student investigator associated with DeSales University study named Bryan Kohberer sought participation in a research project to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. The now removed Reddit post says, in particular, the study seeks to participate or to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense, with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. CNN reached out to the principal investigators of that study, a professor of DeSales University, but they declined to comment on the matter. The university has not responded to comment. A spokesperson for... Oh, it went away. What happened? Hold on.
Yeah.
My article just completely went away.
Oh, okay.
I haven't even gotten to the part I wanted to read yet.
Did it come back up?
Yes.
A spokesperson for Northampton.
A spokesperson for Northampton Community College also confirmed to CNN that the Kohberer was a student there and graduated with an Associate of Arts and Psychology in 2018. This was the part I found interesting.
Yeah.
How authorities narrowed their search. Earlier this month, authorities asked the public for information about a white 2011-2013 Hyundai Elantra they believed was in the immediate area of the crime scenes around the time of the killings. An overwhelming amount of tips poured in after that call, police previously said. Investigators eventually narrowed their focus to Kohberer after tracing ownership of that Elantra back to him, according to 2 law enforcement officers briefed on the investigation. His DNA also matched DNA that was recovered at the crime scene, according to those sources, who also explained that the authorities believed Kohberer left the area and went to Pennsylvania after the crime. A surveillance team with the FBI has been tracking the suspect for several days in the area where he was arrested, the sources added. Kohberer drove across the country in the Elantra and arrived at his parents' house in Pennsylvania around Christmas, according to one law enforcement officer source. Authorities kept Kohberer under surveillance while investigators from Moscow's police department, the Idaho State Police, and the FBI worked with the prosecutors to develop sufficient probable cause for an arrest warrant. Law enforcement tracked both Kohberer across the country and also were surveilling his parents' house, the law enforcement officer said. Authorities asking for information on suspect. And still, authorities want to hear from people who may be able to shed more light on Kohberer. This is not the end of the investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning, Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson said Friday. You all know the name of the person who has been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public. Ask anyone who knows about the individual to come forward. Report anything you know about him to help the investigation and eventually the office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why, Thompson said. Records show Kohberer was arraigned Friday morning and has another court hearing in Pennsylvania on extradition on Tuesday. Okay. So, I know that a lot of that was redundant, but I did like seeing that it was, all put in one place, and they talked about how they did track him driving across country in the Elantra. And then, what we showed earlier about the FBI posing as garbage men and recovering things from the parents' house to get DNA. That all tracks with what we just read in that article.
Yeah. So, but really, to me, it was like that. As soon as they put it out about the Elantra, and they knew who it belonged to.
Right. They just needed the forensics.
Yeah.
I also think that it was important to notice that they said he arrived at his parents' house around Christmas, which also tracks with the fact that that Facebook post that we saw said that he did attend classes after the crimes, because it doesn't take a month and a half to drive from Idaho to Pennsylvania.
Yeah. As you were reading that, what was going through my head is, imagine him having conversations with people about the case, because I'm sure that did happen. And the fact that he actually knows that he was the one, supposedly, allegedly, whatever, that committed the murders on those 4 people, and he's probably feeling a bit of sense of self-inflated ego, like, yeah, that was me.
Absolutely.
That's
yeah.
And
Sisu, he was a student at WSU, which is only 14 minutes from the campus of University of Idaho. So he lived in Pennsylvania, but he had an apartment in Pullman, Washington, which is where he was getting his PhD. Was it PhD or doctorate?
PhD.
Yeah.
Miss
Yeah.
Dog.
We're exactly Miss Dog. Yeah, we're all on Sunny's time zone now.
I like my time zone. It's 3 hours less than your guys's, and well, for Miss Dog Lover, it's I think it's 8 hours.
8? Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes
Yeah,
it's
exactly. You probably lavished every minute of them talking about it.
Well, think about Richard Allen too. Do you remember with Richard Allen how
Yep.
he was talking about the case too? And like I said, you kind of try to get a sense of what's going on. First of all, what they know, kind of like what Doug Carter says. You want to know what we know, and but when it just seems so crazy to me that here's this person in criminology, psychology, all these things.
Thank you, Deb. Sorry, Deb. Sorry.
PhD, yeah, is a doctor. Okay. And
Sorry.
so when somebody has this, and then you go, dude, so you're book smart, but you're not street smart because you're obviously this sloppy. That
But he thought he was.
He thought he was, yeah. But yeah. So all I know is that I personally believed that if this was his first time, that a serial killer was in the making, for sure. It would have happened again. Absolutely. If he got away with this for a while and felt like it, he would do it again.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, does anyone know? Did the celebration of life, did that go forth and take place for Kaylee and Madison tonight, or did they not hold it?
Well, I would think that they would have known ahead of time that it was happening because he was arrested on Friday.
I heard that they were given the information last night. Well, today's Friday. But
yeah, I mean, it would seem rather odd that they would.
I know as of today, it was still planned to go ahead. I just haven't seen whether they went ahead with it. I did see an article where Kaylee's father issued something. Also, Ethan's family had said something.
Yeah, and yeah, Alexa. Like I said, I gave myself a little pat on the back because I think me and Adam both said. I think you said with me too that within the month, I felt it just felt to me that once they had their little duckies in a row, once they had what they needed, that we were going to see an arrest. And then when I seen Ethan's brother's post,
and then
to me, it was just a matter of time. And it was said that it was going to happen on Friday. Someone actually did say that a few days ago, or something like that it was going to happen. So
we also on Wednesday night, we both I think speculated that that we thought at this point that it was not. I mean, not that it matters, but I think we both did speculate that I said that I had thought, originally it could have been someone like the white hoodie guy, but that we both at that point thought that this was someone that none of us knew the name of.
Yeah. I didn't feel like it was. Let me put it this way. I didn't feel like this was no close friend. I felt like it was someone that knew them.
That knew them, but they may not have known them.
Yeah, and like they may have seen him, but didn't know really about him. And I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that still because that part will come to fruition. Like maybe he did know them more closely than what we know right now. Maybe he did meet them and thought, what a bunch of stuck up these and so you know what I mean? Like how being a narcissist, like I'm gonna bring these bees off their high horses and whatever, like, do you know what I mean? Like it could have been something like that. And because he was already like, do you know what I mean? Like to me, he was like planning on doing this to somebody at some point, and whatever it is maybe about them that set the trigger in motion. Who knows?
Right.
Who knows? I feel like
Steph had asked about the family statements. I know we talked about we played the one from Kaylee's family earlier, I believe. Sunny, I just sent you the 2 screenshots from Maddie's father and Ethan's family.
Oh, okay.
And stuff. I can find those original sources and send them to you. I've been sent so many things today. It's trying to weed through it all.
Yeah, I know. Gets to be as much as you want to know. Gets to be a bit much, especially when you're the person that has to sit there and keep opening and closing and opening and closing throughout the whole live. Going, no. It's just a matter of multitasking.
Wait, soon I can just do it myself as soon as I get that all set up.
True enough, Adam. True enough. Let me just go back to this for a second, and then I'll bring them in. Again, this is a picture that Adam had.
That's apparently them recovering a laptop from the apartment of Bryan.
Bryan Kohberer.
Kohberer, yeah. No, of course, no one, and Ms. Dogger, I agree. No one, of course, you're always going to suspect the people closest to it. It's all, and in this case.
Well, what's Ms. Dogger saying? To be honest,
to be honest, I don't think anyone should feel bad about,
No.
I mean, look, we were in. If you look at Delphi, people were still being suspicious of the family almost 6 years in, and to me, that was unreasonable. But 49 days in. We had 5% of the information out there.
Yeah, and what irritated me, if there's one thing that drives me crazy, is when people why anyone would even use the word, "Is this turning into a cold case?"
40, yes, exactly.
I meaning, if you're talking a few years gone, like Delphi.
Right.
And then you start thinking, is this going to turn into a cold case?
Or Madeline McCann, 15 years in.
But when you're talking about weeks into an investigation, people are saying, is this a cold case? Or, come on. No. Do you know what I mean? It's not even in.
Right. People want that immediate gratification. People want that, that trajectory that we all experienced during the Gabby Petito case at this point.
Yeah.
And that's what we all expect now. In the Kylie Rodney case, it happened the same way. People expected these answers to come immediate.
Okay. And so this here says Mogan's father, Ben Mogan, said his family is so relieved that the man responsible has been caught. I'm just so appreciative of all the people that have worked hard on this day and night, and they knew what they were doing, Mogan said. Having faith in them this whole time was hard, but I'm just so glad that we had such hardworking bunch of people doing what they do. Oh my goodness. Sorry, guys. You guys know I'm getting tired again. I just hope that they know
3
how
hours.
much. I know. Oh, is that where we're at? Oh my goodness. I just hope that they know how much the families appreciate them. We're pretty lucky. Yeah. So, and then the other one, I think it's this one. When we received the phone call last night, we congratulated them for their diligent work and service, Chapins wrote. Fry thanked the various law enforcement agency and the community, state, nation, and media for their help in the very complex and extensive, oh my goodness, I know. He said that the police received over 90,000 tips and conducted over 300 interviews.
So, and there are more statements from the families that can be found online. Those were just the two that I probably have 100 things that I need to go through that people have sent me. These are the ones that have popped up.
Yeah. Nancy says my uncle has an IQ of 180. My face just froze. And has spent 90% of his life in prison. Okay. We're going to have to wrap this up right quick here.
It's 3 hours, so.
Well, again, I really have only had about 3 hours sleep. I felt it was just so weird when I woke up and I thought it was 3 in the morning.
And you've been on tonight for what?
This is my third time.
For 8 hours?
Yeah, and yeah. I mean,
right.
Some of yeah. Some of those people like True Crime and Grizz and whatever, they had what do you say, 15K people and stuff like that.
Which we have 148 in chat right now. Thank you so much if everyone could hit the like button.
Yes, if you guys could do that, that would be great.
Lisa, I couldn't help but think that the whole time I was watching that press conference today.
Oh, 1 second. What was that, Adam?
I said, what Lisa had said, I could not help but think the same thing when I was watching that press conference today, because I was thinking well, I mean, hindsight is 2020, but
yeah,
I only wish for the families in Delphi that the information that they had in Idaho had come to fruition the way that it did in Delphi, much sooner.
yeah. I want to play this clip one more time. This is the one for the Bryan.
Yeah.
They went on Instagram just to show you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Austin, if you're not getting notifications, hit the bell icon, and toggle it on and off. So like turn the notification off and then turn it back on. Sometimes you just have to re-trigger it for some reason.
Yeah.
It's a YouTube glitch.
Well, it's kind of like Facebook. Yeah, it's like only so many. Remember how before it used to just post? Now it takes like your top ones or whatever, and
Yeah.
so it's almost like it's like I see certain main subscribers that are in that top more vicinity of people that I watch. Those are the ones that I keep getting notifications for the most part. And and yet I'm subscribed to quite a few channels, and yet I don't see a lot of notifications necessarily for all of them. And so same thing happens really.
If you hit that bell and then turn it back on, sometimes it like puts you back up to towards the top of the notification thing. So try that if it's not in Austin. Hopefully you'll get the notifications. But Miss Dog Lover, we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, she's gonna see her. We'll see her for New Year's. So let me just play this one more time, guys. Whoops, go this way. There we go. Just again, somebody that just obviously fantasized, thought about, probably is exactly the reason why he took those courses. Something obviously in him is broken, or is broken about him. Probably keep, I still firmly believe this, and I don't care if somebody doesn't believe me or not, but I think that sometimes when you slide out of that chute that of your parent or your mom or whatever, I think that sometimes people just come out pure evil. I personally have seen it in children where they're just pure evil. Whatever the reason, whatever, I don't know. It's kind of like I think it's because I remember from being a baby to like I remember a lot of things, from age say 1 to 5. There's quite a few things that I do remember, and I just think about how me and my twins' traits were, and I could tell exactly who we were as when I was a couple years old. I knew exactly who my sister's personality kind of was, and meaning as we grew older, that same personality, still existed on our demeanors and our personality. So for me, I still firmly believe that when you come out of that chute, sometimes there's just evil that just comes out of there. And I'm not, obviously maybe like whatever connection up there didn't get strung right or whatever. Like, I mean, that's where I get curious. Like, how did someone, because obviously if he was wanting to do forensics or whatever back in the day, but I'm sure it's kind of like, Adam, like, for instance, can I just ask you, when did you realize, like, at what age did you realize that you were gay? Can I ask? Like, were you 3? Were you 5, 8?
No, I mean, for me, it was, I always realized I realized that there was something different about me than like some of my peers much earlier. But I mean, I would say it was probably around 8 or 9.
Okay. Yeah, because like I said, my thing is again, is just that, it's kind of like, even though maybe
Are you attributing that? Are you connecting that to being a serial killer?
No, not at all. Okay, yes, no, just kidding. No, it's just the fact of, even if say you didn't come out till later in life, you still knew there was something different or whatever. Even if you weren't fully aware. I feel like I said, as myself, I seen one of my twins' personalities when we were younger, and as we got older, those same personality traits in my sister and myself still existed. Of course, as you get older, everything always, you know, you get more aware. But I'm think with him too, like he was probably, like I said, from probably birth canal, but from a young age, he probably knew that he was really into, maybe like the killing of animals, or the dissecting of it. Who knows? But obviously, I think that was something in him, and then that's why he chose to go down that path of, the criminology. Um, Not sure if he back then would have thought, I think I'm going to go, take criminology, and then I'm going to go, murder someday and stuff like that. But I'm sure that as time went on, he, to me, like Barry Morphew, um, that all of a sudden, to me, they start planning it out in their head,
Right.
like thinking about it, fantasizing about it, dreaming about it, that it becomes such a, like for him differently though, probably for him, it became an obsessive thought in his head. I would think, you know, and like I said, so somewhere in his brain, his wires were definitely crossed, and
Right.
he was able to commit such a heinous crime. And I always wonder how people, like I said, that's the part that I like to understand. Like, at
Right,
what
of course.
point, yeah, at what point did you feel that
The
you like,
psychology.
yeah, because that part then helps me to understand as a person, like, okay, so what in your life, how did things play out that this is where we ended up today, and what was your thoughts and feelings, Brian, Kohberger? And that, because he kept saying that, like that, or that word was always kept being used, your thoughts and feelings, how did you feel, what was, so again, I'm not a serial killer or a killer, so I don't
That we know
honestly,
of.
that we know of, I mean,
Right.
right, right, so it's intriguing to me, as much as I think that it's so despicable for what obviously transpired, but it's still very interesting to know what the mindset was that actually made him not only commit it, but how he even got there in the first place. Did he dream about it from a younger age that he was going to do it? Who knows? I don't know.
Yes. Right.
Um, and so I'm gonna have to go. Like, I mean, I remember the Ted Bundy story, but I don't remember it very clearly anymore.
If you look at it, I mean, there are some eerie similarities in the behavior of the little bit we know about this guy so far.
Yeah, I feel so horrible for. I mean, I'm happy for the family of the 4 victims that this isn't going to be a case that's going unresolved in a sense. Um, but by the same token, I'm sitting here thinking about his family, like his mom, and the shock that all his friends, like that girl that was on, that although they might not have been a close friend, it was a close friend to his brother. That you're literally just sitting there jaw dropped, going, I know that. I literally know that person.
Right.
I literally went to school.
Well, and then how many things are going to come into play now where people are like, oh, well, now that, I've had some time to think about it, there was this red flag, or there was this red flag.
It's always about the red flags.
Or, and these are people that we know so far that have come forward from high school, What about other people that have come for that are, you know, went to college with him, or
Right.
lived in that apartment complex with him, or knew him currently? Those are going to be the people that I find his behavior to be the most interesting from, when we start to hear from some of those people.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, it's speculative, but I would say that he probably is some instance had some run in with one of these, or if not multiple of these females.
Yeah.
They may not have been aware of him. He became hyper aware of them, and that's what created this fixation and led to this crime. And I think that'll probably come out again. That was something I picked up on when I saw the facial expressions and the language that James Fry used today during the press conference. When someone asked if any of the victims knew him, and he said that's something that will come out in the investigation. I took that as to meaning there's probably a little bit more to it than we know as of now. And I'm not saying any of them have any culpability in their own deaths. I'm just saying there could have been an innocuous run-in that led him to fixate on one of these girls, or if not multiple of them.
Yeah.
I still don't think that it had to do with Ethan. I still think that Ethan,
I don't think so either.
An unfortunate bystander or casualty, not bystander, but casualty of this.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
every one of those deaths is tragic. And I mean, I hope that this monster is brought to justice.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wonder how many sleuths, wonder how many psychic and sleuths and tarot readers and spirit box readers are going to be like, nailed it, called it. Wonder how, I'm going to have to go back and listen to a couple of those. Just
yeah, I mean, I don't think I heard about any professor from the university being part of this, so that might not do well for what's her name's lawsuit.
Yeah. Oh, you know, from the TikTok user there. Yeah. You know, I mean, I guess to sit there and keep claiming like that are tarot cards and all that, like whatever. I don't know. Just seems a little bit too, you know what I mean? Like when it comes off like a bit too imbalanced there, but it's kind of like, I doubt it's going to shut her up. She's probably going to still think that.
Oh, she still thinks the jury will believe her.
You know,
Lisa, I did not. Lisa said, "Did you read what the student said about how he?" I heard something about what you're saying, but I can't remember what it is.
Say that again.
Lisa had commented about, did you read what the student said about how he would answer questions? And I did see a post about that in one of the things people sent me, but I don't remember what it was now. But I remember that it was interesting.
How people answer questions?
Yes. About how he would answer questions his students would ask.
Oh, I'm not sure I've seen that or whatever.
Because you know when you're doing your PhD, sometimes you're a TA or so I mean he would lead like some of these classes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, of course, Rainbow Bright. You know, I feel bad for. I mean, I personally feel bad for the white hoodie guy. That's someone that I suspected. I feel bad.
Jack?
I feel bad for Jack D. I feel bad for VM Chef that lived next door that people suspected. I feel bad for all the fraternity people that people suspected. You know, I feel bad for the surviving roommates that people suspected.
You know, I don't think that that's going to be different than any case.
No, I know, but it's just, you know, there's unfortunate.
I was calling out KD forever and a day, you know.
No, I know, but it's just, I'm saying it's just an unfortunate instance of people that, you know, were traumatized probably by this now.
but like I said, for me, regardless, like I said, not being a true crime sleuth and whatever and coming into it, I just thought I was wanting to try to do the right thing. Hey, this person's on the bridge, type of thing.
Right. Well,
and
I feel like this is a little different because these people were like, they were part of it from the get go. Whereas that was someone you found through your investigation.
Oh, okay. Well, either way, let me put it this way. Regardless, it taught me myself that not to be so whatever, and that's probably why I wasn't picking anyone with Idaho. I was literally just following the case. I wasn't really invested. I was just trying to think of who would do this. Is it another student? Is it a friend of theirs? Is it somebody that didn't know them, that was watching them from the back, that knew that, like, did he see them that night at some point? Whether it was at the grave, like, did he know and then plan it? Because, I mean, obviously he went in at this time, so they didn't get home till, like, the last text message was at 2:56 or whatever. And this happened between 3 and 4. So did he know the timing of when they were going to be home or not? Or did he just all out just wait for them to show up? And that was the 13th. And that's the day he wanted to do this on, was exactly on the 13th, which I wouldn't shock me, Alexa, if he did pick the 13th for the fact of the 13th. That probably won't shock me if it comes to fruition that date was specifically chosen. So and because of all right, the accusatories of all these innocent people and stuff like that, I just didn't want to go down that same path like with Delphi to the Idaho case. I just like to keep it to the facts of the case, and if we have something to show, you show. Like, for instance, yesterday I would have swore that because of when you take a picture of the car, the one that was driving by, because of the bad imagery, it kept showing this dark ring circle as if it was pulling out who possibly could have been in the front. So then the next thing you know, I had Mr. Grub Truck owner guy. I was like, where do you live? Wait, you live right over there, dude. But yet you could tell he was a really nice guy, Mr. Grub Truck owner. That's Joseph Woodall or whatever his name is. But anyways, so again, it's kind of like what was pulling through, unless there was another dark person in the thing. It was like this round image was pulling through, almost like a dark beard. So I probably would have been convinced in my head that I was more trying to find someone with a dark beard. And here we go. We got, this Bryan Kohberer. I keep wanting to call him something else. I have to keep thinking about his name when I say his last name.
And same. Yeah, and he's through. Yeah, the white car. I think did play a big part of it. Yeah, I think that's how they tracked him initially, and I think they got the confirmation through DNA.
Again, a blessing that the arrest was made prior to the new year of 2023.
Right.
But what a year, Adam? A little bit. We got Flint Farmer arrested for Karina McClurkins. We got Richard Allen arrested in connection with Delphi. And then, we got Bryan Kohberer in arrest. So it's just really
in record time.
Yeah, it's I just find it very ironic, especially with Karina McClurkin and Delphi, that here you pretty much had the same time frame go by before an arrest had come, because those cases were only months apart. And then to have a person, Delphi could have been a lot sooner, if you ask me, of course. But I'm sure if we go talk to Jennifer.
Yeah, exactly. So now we just need Flora solved. But you know what? I don't think that's going to happen the next day.
No. It would have been really nice if Flora would have been in there as well. to be honest with you. But you know what? It's nice to see that justice. Yeah.
And you know, and we had other people brought to justice as well that
Yeah.
you know were captured and you know taken back to Indiana and now have been in jail all year in the Carroll County courthouse, in the Carroll County jail.
Yeah.
You know, for their crimes.
Mm-hmm. It would be nice to see Dylan Round's case solved too.
Yeah.
You know, they've
From
never
the-
found they've never
I mean-
found his body either, have they?
No. I mean, you know, there's still never been, you know, an actual arrest in the, you know, Madeline McCann case. There's so many cases that, you know, we still need justice for. But Flora, you know, it would be great to see that in Flora. Ray Hanish is the one that, you know, I just hold out hope for, but you never know. And then Lord knows what case is going to come tomorrow.
Yeah. Regis says, does anyone think that someone told Kohberger that the about to be victims arrived at their home and that they possibly are intoxicated? So basically saying, did someone basically give him a heads up that they were home now?
I don't think we know enough about how he was tracking these people to know.
Yeah. I'm gonna go and say I'm gonna myself just personally say no. I feel like he was a solo bird that planned this out. I mean, people would be a fool to incorporate other people unless they were.
He doesn't seem like the type that has an accomplice.
Yeah, thanks, Mustang. No, he doesn't. He just kind of comes off like that loner solo bird that, you know, like sat there in his bedroom, you know, with his freaking tinfoil hat on going, okay, and then approximately the 8th to the 9th to the, you know, I'm going to go into this bedroom. I don't know. Just seems very calculated.
Miss Doglover, I would, from everything we know, I would probably agree with you. I mean, I do find it interesting that they've named him a suspect 2 years ago and he's still not been charged. But I mean, now the Portuguese police have named him an Aguida as well. So hopefully that will lead to that. But more to come on that, you know.
Yeah, like, I mean, and I wanted to say this because I can't remember now what I heard about it, but that Emily Alant and Hunter, I think they might have known him as well. Do you know? I felt like somebody that was brought up earlier today.
I didn't hear that.
You know, hey,
I had not heard of that.
yeah, that was talked about earlier today, but I don't know enough about it to talk about it. I remember. Did someone send me a screenshot? I don't remember.
Austin, you said earlier about Jeremy. I tentatively I am going to be on a stream on Tuesday with Jeremy, so I'll let you know for certain about that if it comes to fruition. But tentatively,
Is that on CDs?
yeah, tentatively I was asked to be on with Jeremy on a stream.
I don't know, CD. I don't know, dude. You keep promising you're going to come on here, and I don't really ever see you. Keep dropping you these links. Adam's not cheap. Need some love to come back this way again, City. Mm-hmm. Jeremy was someone that lived in that. Yeah, the neighbor. Yeah. I wonder what wonder what he thinks about the whole thing, to be honest with you. You know, it's just regardless, it's crazy. It's crazy that someone would, you know, in a what's the word I want to use? Well walked you know, area. Yeah. What's the word I'm looking for, Adam? That word. That word.
Traveled.
Traveled area, whatever. That this guy goes in, 4 people. You know, all I think in my head is like, in that area, considering how close those homes are, and then the screaming, you would think that would have happened. I mean, because stabbing is not a fun thing, I'm sure. Do you know what I mean? It's one thing to get shot, poof, dead. And it's another thing to be stabbed, you know? Like, if you're, you know, so unless your mouth is covered, you know, to be stabbed, you normally, like, you would just, automatically. So who knows? Who knows?
My gosh, Sonny, we've been out 4 hours almost.
About 3.5, yeah.
3.5, yeah.
Yeah. All right. You know, it's one of those things that as much as I'd love to stay on longer,
Oh, I know. I could talk about it all night, but I'm like, you know.
I got New Year's Eve tomorrow. Adam's gonna be partying it up at his friend's house, this chick's house. He says
that doesn't mean I won't pop on, give a tour of her house or something.
Ignored. Look at ignored. Mm-hmm.
Who ignored me?
Talk to the reindeer. Yeah. Talk to the reindeer. Did your friend end up taking a vehicle?
She flew home. No, she waited and flew home tonight. So she's
Okay.
check it out, and they may have worked it out. So
I was gonna say.
I'm gonna bite my tongue on all that.
Yeah. Wait,
I don't know the details.
Wait, are you still going over there though?
Well, yeah, I think so, but I don't know the details. But that doesn't mean I can't stream. I'll have my iPad with me.
Well, I was just thinking to myself, you know, because we all know relationships, you know, spats happen, and the next thing you know,
especially under high pressure.
Yeah. You know, there's been a couple times, I'll fully admit it. There's been a couple times. My husband, I'll just say, is I love him to pieces, but he's oblivious to self-awareness where need just to own up to your own shit sometimes. So there's times that I've been so like ridiculously so upset crying, and that I'm like, and then I sit there in my head going, was this argument even worth it? But I'm that type of person that if you don't kind of try to soothe me right away, you're just looking for more hurt. Because I don't even like the more you.
Worst thing you could ever do to me, if we're in an argument, is say, "Good night."
Right. Good night.
Worst thing you could ever do. I would rather fight out. I would rather fight it out all night.
Yeah.
I cannot. If you give me the silent treatment.
Yeah.
I can't. Because I can't do anything with that.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. That's me too. My husband he doesn't even like to argue whatsoever. But it's more when, like, you know, when you're doing things and you're like, you see these tears, husband? It means I am crying. At what point are you not walking over to me to soothe me right now? You're just going to stand there as I'm crying. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, husband? Do you know? And so then it just builds up into this bigger thing. You know, it's because this is where we get wrong, is because we expect people to meet our expectations of what we're expecting, and they control things differently, how they do things. And when they don't meet our expectations, it's kind of like, because right, you think you're crying, come get your ass over here and make me feel better. But no,
or if I'm fighting and you just go silent.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep.
Yeah, you know, mind you, I've learned to actually go silent because words mean shit to me, and they always have. It's actions. Words mean shit. I mean, give me some words with some actions, great, but words mean crap to me. I don't like. I remember when I was with Dion, he would always, you know, like beat me up, then come back in the room a couple hours later, and then be like, "I'm sorry," and I'd be like, "Sorry? Like, what does that mean to me anymore? You beat me up for 11 years, dude, and all I ever hear is the word I'm sorry. What does sorry mean? If you keep beating me up 11 years, okay, this is a learning curve, right? But if you keep beating me up and I keep taking you back, because first of all, I'm the pathetic idiot for doing that, but whatever. I was young, 15 to 26. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I was like, yeah, but still, but it's a fact of sorry. When someone says sorry to me, it literally means nothing. Words have no impact to me. That's why people can call me whatever you want. Call me a fat cow. Call me whatever you like. Call me anything. It doesn't matter to me. Um, those mean nothing, but it's actions of people that mean something. So if you're truly sorry, then show you're sorry. So that's what means the most to me, because everyone, like, I'm just so over it. That's why I've gone silent now, because like most times, because I just can't be asked. It's the same stuff. If someone keeps repeating their behavior over and over and over again,
Well, we know the definition of that.
Yeah.
Insanity.
What?
I mean, repeating the same behavior over and over and expecting a different result.
Yeah,
It's the definition of insanity.
Words are so cheap. I want to see actions. Yeah. So, in my head. So, but what I was going to say was, so back to your friend, is that, so it doesn't shock me, because like I said, so sometimes like I get those mountains, where I reach peak and I'm like, that's it. And all I'm picturing in my head is me walking out the door and what I'm going to do. Then my sanity comes back and was like, whoa, I am not going to go live with my sister. I love you, sister. But no. We do not live well together. Well, we could maybe as we're older now. Who knows? I doubt it though. We're just two totally opposite. Meaning, it's something small turns into this big mountain, and when you look at the real picture of it, it's like, yeah, okay, hold on. Let's bring this back to reality a bit. This fight started because of this, and we made it into this. No. It doesn't happen very often, but sometimes it does. It's like your ego, your feelings get hurt. Cancers are sensitive, very sensitive, very extremely sensitive.
It's because we're loyal.
Oh yeah. Like for me personally,
so it's like when it's because we feel like we're so loyal that when we feel betrayed, it cuts so deep.
Yeah.
That's what makes it sensitive, in my opinion.
Absolutely, it does.
I'm like, I don't trust easy. I don't give my love easy. I don't give anything easy. And so when I feel like you betrayed me, it takes a lot for me to not get it takes a lot for me to get over that. And it's actions, like you said.
Yeah, I'm pretty much built the same way there, Adam, as well, to be honest with you. And near
Miss Kohberer, that was my ex.
So I'm not fond of the Aries male.
That was my ex, Miss Kohberer. 13 years. Cancer and Aries.
Yeah, see, I'm not fond of the Aries male. Because this one guy that I had met off that Plenty of Fish, although we had similar personalities, like a lot of the different things, but there was this side of him that was, I think, like what I said, arrogant and that just
dominating.
Yes. And I always think to myself, get off your high horse. Like, but
Fire and water.
Yeah. But it was very funny how similar, if I looked at what an Aries was like, to a Cancer, and, the caring factor and stuff like that. But I'm sorry, Cancers beat the Aries male for sure. Cancer.
Well, you know why? Because what happened was water due to fire.
Yeah, exactly. And Miss Dog Lover, that's the same with me. I have a heart of gold, but don't piss me off or cross my line.
That's how my ex was.
Yeah. And then when I say that, it's just, my thing with you is I just dismiss you from my life. I do not need you back in it, but don't, again, it's like if you cross my line, vocally in front of me, and you cross my line, I'll deal with you right then and there. Because I don't put up with people's shit, because, and I think it's for the fact, because I always fight for people to be kind, caring, and loving, instead of mean, ignorant, and rude. So if somebody is going to talk to me in public in a disrespectful manner or say something to me ignorantly, because they're that person that wakes up and somebody pissed in their cornflakes all the time, and then they want to take out their crappy day on me, I'm sorry, that's just not going to happen. And I'm going to let you know it right then and there. I will instantly get my back up in the air when somebody uses attitude towards me. So it's not that I'm actually the feisty one that starts things, but I will put you back in your place if you do that to me, because I refuse to be talked to as if, like in an ignorant manner when I didn't do anything to you to deserve you. Just because you had a bad day doesn't mean that you need to talk to me in a snarky way. That's just the way I personally work, where, so I just won't let you get away with it. I'll be like, oh, bitch.
And C's too. I did return those boxes to my ex finally.
Did he
finally? I don't know if that a couple months ago I did it. I finally got rid of those boxes. So I think it was around Halloween probably time. Yeah.
Yes. And Natalie Barbara, it was 93 apparently, and passed away. I was, like I said, I thought she'd already passed away, so this is news to me. Totally did. So 93 is an amazing age. When somebody in my family, people drop off in their 60s. Okay. So when I hear that someone's been married for 55 years or that they lived to 90 years old, I'm like, you know what? Good on them. Good life, good long life, because that's a good long life, to live to that. When I see someone that's lived to 104 and 110 and stuff, I'm like miracles, like Ripley's Believe It or Not. I mean, George Burns smoked his cigars, and that guy lived till he was 90 something himself, 99 or something.
Look at Burt Reynolds. He's still alive. Speaking of Burt's.
How old's Burt Reynolds? Well, he was in the Dolly Parton days, so he's probably.
Yeah. He used to.
That's just it though, with people in their face jobs and stuff like that. Like you always see these people nowadays, like, oh, get away from me.
He is dead. You're right. Oh. Sorry. Burt Reynolds is dead. I forgot. Thank you.
When did Burt Reynolds die?
A year or two ago.
Well, there you go. And Christy Alley died recently as well.
And she was young. I mean, it was 70. I mean, she seemed younger. In my head, she seemed younger than she was.
I mean, again, facelifts really change the look of a person on how old they truly are. It's kind of like when I look at Dolly Parton and I see her face. Okay, it's just really hard to know what her real age is unless I look her up, because of,
Dolly's timeless.
She is timeless. I love it. My favorite song.
That'll hurt me.
Yeah, Dolly Parton definitely is timeless. She's one of those ones to me. Even Kenny Rogers, to be honest. But Dolly Parton, my favorite. I remember, and I think this is when I was going through my separation, or not, I shouldn't say maybe divorce or whatever. And I remember I was wasn't the ex at the time, but close enough. And Hard Candy Christmas came playing on the radio.
My favorite Christmas.
Right. And I started singing it. And he said, "You're going to shut up right now or I'm stopping this vehicle." Like, it would just, he was so ignorant. And my son would say the same thing. Like, "Mom, you singing? You singing?" But literally. So I just remember hearing this Hard Candy Christmas song playing. And we were driving through, and it was like we were in, I want to say farmland, because, some of the roads are like a farmland. And I just remember just kind of being off in my own world, listening to that song. And I was like, what a good song. It's just a good song. And so, yeah, you like that song too?
Which one?
The Hard Candy Christmas.
Yeah, it's my favorite Christmas song.
Yeah, I honestly, I love listening to it. I was listening to it over on repeat, multiple times. And yeah, and that's kind of what it reminded me of a little bit of my life at the time. Whereas it was like a hard time I was going.
every year I find different meaning in it. It's been my favorite Christmas song for probably 20 years. And it's not from a Christmas movie. It's from the best little whorehouse in Texas.
I know.
But it's my favorite Christmas song, and it always has been. I post it every year. I'm sure anyone that's friends with me on Facebook, they saw me post it earlier this year or earlier this Christmas. I post it every year, but
yeah. And then we just
it holds different meaning no matter what I'm going through in my life every year.
But we'll be just fine and dandy, like a hard candy Christmas, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm always one of those ones that knows what goes down must go up and down and up and down and all around, and that things get better, things will get worse in life, and blah, 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 blah. So as long as you can accept that all those different things happen, and you have to just, it's a matter of how you ride the wave in life. You know what I mean? So, again,
one of my favorite.
Go ahead.
One of my favorite things that Dolly Parton ever said. She said a million funny things. I mean, one of them was someone asked her once how long it takes her to do her hair, and she said, "Well, honey, I don't know. I'm not there when they do it."
I know.
With their wigs.
And
then the other thing that I've always loved that she said was someone asked her a serious question. This was probably years ago when like the whole gay marriage debate was going on. And someone asked her opinion on gay marriage. And she said, "Well, I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be just as miserable as the rest of us."
Oh, that's funny.
And I think anyone that can take on a serious conversation like that with that kind of humor and disarmament is a legend. Like I appreciate, because I mean, right?
Absolutely.
She just has a way to to make everyone in the world love her.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things. Yeah. So she has one of those personalities, when you watch her, that no matter what, she just, how some people just exude all the time like this thing. And yet, a lot of us get jaded over the years, right? I'd say I'm more of a jaded one, is that after a while, for me, I get sick of people and I'm just like, sick of you fake, sick of this. Whereas Dolly has that, and I'm sure Dolly has her things too. Everyone has it, but she has that air about her where it's just like, well, you are just too cute, sweetheart, and this is very kind to you. And
I went to see her in concert once, and I'd say it was like, for me, like I love sociology, and for me, it was one of the most interesting crowds I've ever seen at a concert, because you had every walk of life there. You had your like probably very conservative, country, Christian, traditional, whatever fan there. You had like flamboyant gay guys there. You had young girls there. You had children. You had grandparents. Every single walk of life was at the Dolly Parton concert. And everyone was there for the same reason. Everyone loved her and everyone got along. And to me, that's how the world should be.
Correct. It's just not.
I know. But it was one of those it was like a bubble of the world and how it should be. It was at the Dolly Parton concert.
Yeah, I know. So that's why I always feel like if I stay in my bubble of happiness and keep the other ones out, to me, even though that's my thing, then I can maintain that bubble of pretending like the world is nicer and stuff than it is. If I, which I know that obviously, it's just hard to accept. I really, and maybe it's just, like I said, because of being the deep, caring person, is that you take it on a lot harder. I really feel jolted by people that really just walk around with like this negative energy. Like, for me, it's like, get the hell away from me. I'm sick and tired of you little vampire slayers, that just suck the energy out of us. And after a while, it just gets annoying, because it's always like, well, oh, I'm sorry, your time's too busy, but when you wanted my time, it was okay. Oh, you can't help me, but I could help you all the 5 times that you asked. Oh, and it just becomes, after years and years of it, it's just like, okay, I'm tired of it all. Stick in my little bubble. And that's why I guess I'm more of a recluse now, is really for that reason. can't be asked. I can't be asked to sit there and pretend to be like, hey, but yet it's not such a bad thing, right? I mean, meaning if Dolly just sticks to her kindness and how she is, even those little buttholes in the world somehow become maybe a little bit nicer too, right? Because then people do that. When you're really nice to somebody, usually that person will, like almost feel bad that they were being a jerk off to you, to be honest with you. But I just wish you could snap your fingers and go, everyone be kind and nice to each other.
Yeah.
Everyone be more
It's
giving.
not hard.
It's not hard.
It's really not hard.
It's not
I've done
hard.
it most of my life.
Yeah. And so I just take offense to all the negativeness of the world and why people just can't be a lot more kinder and nicer, and why people have to come in here, and try to take away, that one probably amazes me the most, Adam, is these people that literally come in to tell you that you suck, that you're this or you're that, and type away on their little computer, because their life is just miserable. And so they just try to come in there to propel it onto you, or to stick it onto you. And you're just like, like, really? Like I said, you wasted your time posting all that crap and nobody gave a shit. I, for one, did not give a crap, but thank you for your wasted anger energy, stuff like that. And it
just says more about them than anything. But that's,
I know, but that's, I just don't have the patience for it at all. Just be nicer, people.
Yeah, but
misery loves company.
People that are unhappy, they want everyone to, it's not even intentional. Sometimes they try to bring about the misery of other people, and because they're unhappy and they don't want to feel alone. I get it.
Yeah.
It just makes me feel sorry for them.
But by the same token, it's like, you control you. Like, you can whimp and whine through your life about the poor me syndrome, about how life sucks for you and stuff like that. But, and the thing is that at the end of the day, nobody can fix that but that person. Do you know what I mean?
Most of them, and a lot of them never do. But that,
nobody can fix that. So yeah, your life might have sucked and you might have went through a lot of shit. But you know what? Like, really, like I said, the world's not going to do you any favors, honestly. So do yourself a favor, and that's what I'm saying. You have to sometimes accept all the lemons and stuff that come your way, because nobody's going to fix your negativity or your hurt and your pain besides you. There's nobody else that's going to do that, besides maybe someone to give you an extra comforting along the way, but only you can fix yourself, and that's just obvious. Diamond eyes. Okay. We got 7 more minutes. What?
I was going to say, I think those are good last words, Sonny, but you said 7 more minutes.
Oh, well, I'm looking at the time and I'm just like, yeah, 99 people. One person just left. Get your ass back in here. Get your butt back in here. No, just kidding. On there. Yeah, you know how it is. We always go off on the trail at the end. I personally, like I said, this is my 3rd live. Okay, people. So, sometimes you gotta put the heavier stuff to the side for a bit, just to. Well, I mean, it wasn't that wasn't heavy either, but whatever. But just
Alexa, I agree. I think 70 is young.
I dislike jealous people. Alexa, I've told you, stop talking about me unless you're on the live. I'm not jealous of you. I told you. It's how people have to bring down others to feel okay about yourself. Yeah, I know. It is. That's why when another word that I don't like being said, is the center of attention. Because I don't ever deem myself as someone that's the center of attention. Like, I don't purposely make myself the center of attention to go, oh my God, yeah, just me, a little flirty me, just making myself. I can simply just socialize. Oh, hello.
Oh, what was that?
Hey, Anthony France, thank you. I don't know, you went all weird. But yeah, so I hate it when people use the word center of attention as if that I'm looking for attention. No, I'm actually not. I can just easily do things, and I can easily talk to people on the internet, and I can easily go into any social event and be like, hey, how you doing? And that has nothing to do with center of attention. It's just because I am a free spirit, sociable person. Simple as that.
You have to see that. You have to see the pic. This is what came over my computer screen that I got tonight. It was covering the entire screen.
Was
so
it?
Yeah. So I might keep it. That was on my Apple screen.
That was on your Apple stream. Hello.
Yeah.
Where's the big apple to it?
Oh, I have stickers.
Do you have stickers?
Yeah.
I like my Apple phone. I like my Apple iPad, even though I want to toss it out the window for lack of space. But I do not have an Apple computer, and I will never have an Apple computer.
I know. Computer people tell me it's ridiculous that I spent that much money on an Apple computer, but it's the one I wanted, so.
Like I said, my twin had an Apple, and she wanted to toss that thing out the window all the time. I just prefer, just my good old desktop, whatever brand this one is. This one's an LG. But yeah, I'm not into the Apple computer stuff. I guess it's because for me, everyone typically has, your non-Apple computers. Like there's people that like the Apple, have the Apple, but for the most part, you're not going to typically see Apple computers when you go to businesses and whatever. It's all, so I just kind of like, yeah.
No,
so
your favorite. What?
No, I was just going to say, so when my sister kept, you should listen to when my sister would bitch about that thing.
So, did you see what Dee Dee said about their favorite live from the year?
Where? Oh, Dee Dee. My favorite. Oh, really? D, triple D's. It wasn't. So it's just about you and Marv, is it?
Well, no, because that was the live that you came on after the fact, and then
that's the live. Fine.
That was the live. Remember, because it was the middle. It was. We did like that super panel thing, and there was like people came on late.
Yeah, that's right. That's one where my husband's. I just to this day in my head, this is one where Hassan sat up right with his bare ass. Right, that's what she's talking about. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, to this day, the two things that go through my head, no, three things, is Frank's voice in my head, but it was just the fact of I literally hit the wrong button. I look up, and as I'm looking through the camera, Frank says, "Who's bare ass or whatever? Is that Sonny's bare ass, husband's bare ass, whatever?" And it was almost like when you watch someone go, boing, when they're lying down and then all of a sudden they just kind of like as if they're in like a dead sleep, a sleepwalk, and all of a sudden I just caught him just kind of like sitting up, and I'm like,
I never saw it, but
Moach clicked in.
Oh, and Aussie said their favorite was. Oh, see now that those are things you can talk about tomorrow night.
We can talk
about favorite things from 2022. Because that's
a good one. That's a good one, guys. That's a good topic, actually. For people that watch us faithfully and stuff like that. Yeah, like what were some of your funniest moments or best videos that we did or whatever and stuff like that.
Or just your favorite moments in general, yeah.
Is it still up? No. Well, the video is still up, but that portion is clipped out. Yeah, no, I raced to get that portion over.
You should put it back out and just like put an emoji over it.
No, I totally deleted. I deleted it from everywhere.
Okay.
I didn't even keep anything for myself, and I should have. But yeah.
Maybe we can get a replay tomorrow night.
Well, honestly, it was because I was in such a panic mode thinking that he didn't know that happened. And when I realized that he was like, I don't care about them seeing my ass across the internet. I just care about the dirty room that they saw, or the messy, whatever he said, the messy room.
That's what I loved was his reaction, because that's what I would have been like too.
Like, really? Oh, is that the part that pissed you off? Oh, okay, I'm good with that. And I mean, when I look back on it, it's really that you just see his back, and you could, but the blanket was kind of covering like his buttocks area, But it was just all what goes through my head is when somebody's kind of sits up and goes ding, and you're just like, and I just remember I was a mess. I had no makeup on and nothing like that. And I just remember that I hit the wrong button. I looked up into the cam and I was like, and then boom, husband sits up. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And it felt like, you guys, I'm not even kidding. It felt like a minute before I could turn off that cam is what it felt like. And everyone's like, oh, we didn't even notice. Oh,
It was so early in the morning.
All I could think about was asshat getting hold of this. And those loser channels going, look at Sunny's husband. That's all I could picture in my head. And that's why I'm just like, Adam, messaging him.
And I knew nothing about the message. I wasn't getting the notifications. But
I was literally getting pissed off, like so badly. I'm just like, Adam, how are you not even considering the fact that my husband's butt just aired live? This is talking away, and then him and Frank are cracking the jokes, and then I had no choice. Race in, end the live, freaking quickly go edit it, put it to private.
And so we just started another one. So,
yeah,
and Lisa, that one never happened.
Yeah. I mean, hey, if my husband didn't care about it that much, I probably would have played it again for you guys, to be honest.
Yeah, right. Lisa said the one that the Aspen's butt was pretty funny. Yeah, that never happened.
But how does somebody, how does somebody, the minute I screw up turning a camera on for just like 10 seconds.
Perfect timing.
Right. Like hapstance, like coincidence? I think not. Was there some sort of energy that said, hey, your wife's on the live. I'm just going to sit up when she hits the camera at the wrong second there. Like, what are the chances? That's all I was thinking. Like, what is the chances that big moment my husband's butt decides to sit up?
It was like 6 a.m. my time. So, I mean, it was early in the morning.
Complete those words. Oh, that was stupid.
I have to pee so bad. So
yeah, we're going. Okay. We're past. Yeah, we're past it now. So anyways, you guys, please make sure if you haven't given this video a like, just to give it a like and a share if you could. And don't forget, remember that that James Fry guy, he wants everyone to share stuff about Bryan Kohberer, because the more people that knew of this person, the more that they can send in something so that they can have more to, go on. Simple as that. And tomorrow night at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, I'll be going live. Callie should be here. My twin should be here. If Alexa can sneak away, she will. I guess Miss Dog Lover as well and stuff like that. So whatever, we're just going to make a night of it. The topic will be YOLO. Whatever it's going to turn out to be, it turns out to be. So either come have some fun, kick back, with us or whatever, or don't. One of the two things is going to happen. But either way, if we don't see you again, you guys have a great New Year's Eve tomorrow. Stay safe and don't eat too much and drink a lot of water.
Absolutely. And I'll try to pop on, but if I don't see anyone, have a happy New Year.
Absolutely. Party without Adam. Yeah.
Or if maybe after Sunny will end and then I'll come home and be like, woohoo. Yeah. Maybe I'm going live now.
My only thing is here, and I know Adam has to go pee and but I'm gonna have to look for some I don't know, some free crappy music crap that you can play or something. It really sucks because you just want to play some of your favorite top songs and yet you can't. Maybe we should have done a karaoke night or something like that, because you can do that. It's not like you get copyrighted for that stuff. Oh wow. Anyways, we'll see you guys, whoever shows up tomorrow night. Actually, to be honest with you, Adam, I made the thumbnail for it like 2 days ago. Yeah. Okay, you guys. So take care. Have a great night. Thanks for joining us.
Everyone, keep Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Xana's families in your thoughts and prayers tonight, because they have a long road ahead of them now. So today was the first step in the next part of that.
Absolutely. And so at least they go into 2023 with at least that's been arrested. Sonny is the new Dick Clark. I know. I loved Dick Clark. I love Dick Clark.
We're way more like Andy and Anderson.
Yeah. Anyways, you guys, take care. Love you. Thank you for your donations, and Miss Dog Lover. We'll see you tomorrow night.
Deb, thank you.
Miss Dog Lover. Well, I'll just drop the link when you're inside of here, or whatever. But anyways, take care, guys. God bless. Stay safe, and prayers to all the missing and the living. And Happy New Year almost. Yep. Bye bye.